All right, welcome everyone to the stream tonight. We are doing an Ask Us Anything with members, associates of the Old Glory Club. This is an organization that I guess I am a founding member, although more of an affiliate because I'm not directly involved in the leadership decisions. But they were the people behind our most recent conference in Tennessee and are doing a number of exciting things. And I thought it would be great to just have a stream where people affiliated with the Old Glory Club or associated with them in a more vague sense could drop in and talk about a variety of topics and then give the proceeds to the charity, to the hurricane relief charity. So I hate to do this, but I wanted ideally for people's donations to act as super chats, but I don't know how I can track that separately. So the way that I'm going to do this is just essentially use my typical entropy link, which is linked at the top, and then donate a lump sum. And I'll keep people posted about how much I'm dedicated to donating. So right now, I donated half of my super chat take with one that was earmarked from last night, deducting the percent they take out. And so I have a standing total of $550 donated to the hurricane relief so far. So if you want to throw us a super chat on Entropy, the link's in the description. And I'll just welcome my first guests on the show. I have Pete Quinones and my friend Charlemagne. I think, Pete, have I ever been on your show? Or I'm sure we've talked. We've certainly talked privately, but I don't know if we've ever talked publicly before.
You've been on my show, yeah, once.
Yes, I'm a huge fan of your show and with your work, and it's really exciting to have.
I have 1,100 episodes. People remind me all the time of people I've had on that I've forgotten.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've been on Pete's show, but I can't quite remember what we talked about. I think this is great because I was just listening to your commentary on last night's debate with, and I watched half of it, and for some reason, I'm usually take a very standoff attitude towards elections, but this whole sort of psyop around JD Vance being a weirdo is something that is, I don't know why it feels so personal for me. Maybe because JD Vance is my type of millennial right-wing beard guy, and I just think that, I guess I can explain this. It feels really transparent to me that Tim Walz is an absolute creep, and that JD Vance is a more or less normal guy, if not a reptilian politician, because all politicians are reptilian and we should never trust them. But the establishment just pressed a button all of a sudden, and now half the people I know who praised JD Vance's book to the high heavens a few years ago are now all of a sudden calling him a weirdo. And I don't know. I felt maybe my hope from last night was that this psyop might crack a little bit.
Well, I think that you froze for a second. I think what we saw last night was just basically that, yeah, he may be like a kind of reptilian politician kind of guy, but I guess he's one of the good reptilians. Remember in V, once they got there, some of them like sided with the humans. Maybe that's him, but I mean, it was pretty clear. The tweet I made after the debate was, go back and watch the debate with the sound off, and tell me that the guy on the right doesn't look like a sociopathic pedophile. I mean, it's insane the looks he gives. And so like whenever Waltz was talking, JD's like looking at him, got the strong profile and everything, just smiling. Whenever JD's talking, Waltz is over looking at him like he's looking at a child across a playground. It was just completely creepy and weird, and I just don't know how. I don't know how that plays to anyone who isn't just Orange Man, still in Orange Man bad mode.
I think that, I mean, I guess there's sort of two components to it here. First of all, there is J.D. Vance, the beloved author that everyone was gaga over 10 years ago in Blue States, now cast as kind of the villain of the moment. But then there's the other thing, which is J.D. Vance and the White Guys for Harris campaign, which is, I can't, I'm sure there's somebody who's falling for this. I'm sure that there's some man in America that sees Tim Walz and goes like, yeah, that's Coach. That's my lovable dad. That's the good guy. To me, he looks like, I mean, he looks basically like Homer Simpson person, but like a creepier version of Homer Simpson. And like I said, I think that there was this like weird kind of, like this, like he wouldn't be. Tim Walz did have kind of like a serial killer mode to him, but it wasn't like that cool Hannibal Lecter serial killer. It was like this actual kind of unsuccessful, derpy, low IQ serial killers that are most serial killers in real life, and he's. I don't know. I mean, it wasn't a slam dunk. It was a cordial debate, but I guess there's just a moment of surreality in that debate where, again, you kind of look at your Twitter feed, you look at the people who you talk with, and you look at the people who in real life who are progressives, and you can't believe that they're watching, because the excuse you make to yourself is, oh, they don't watch the same shows, they don't watch the same. We don't have the same perception of reality because our media diets are completely mutually exclusive. And I think there was a moment with Joe Biden when the first debate happened where the idea was, oh, well, we all live in reality, because progressives noticed that Joe Biden was a shambling corpse. The explanation for their opinions on Joe Biden seemed to be explainable through media consumption. But slowly we get back to the same state of affairs where it is just a completely different world we psychologically occupy, where someone can look at Tim Walz and think that he's a wholesome father figure and not an absolute creep.
Well, something I said on my Substack this morning was that, we know that we're living in Jeffrey Epstein's world now. And if you just take the initials of Jeffrey Epstein's world, then you can go from there. But it seems like everyone has to be able, everyone they put up there has to have something on them. And the point I made was, it seems like Kamala Harris, there's so much in her background that they could spring at any time that would just absolutely destroy her so they can control her. And Walz just seems to fall into that. Walz seems like there's something, they know something about him that they can just control him because there's something shady going on there and something really you don't want to speak about. Daryl Cooper had a tweet the other day. Death here in the chat put it. He said, Walz looks like the type of guy who asks for consent before kissing a woman, then molests her son.
Okay, that is true. Oh my God, that is truly. I can't. That's a quote for the ages. I have to say. Yeah. That's ask for consent to kiss her and then molest her son. I mean, I know a few progressive men, not many, but there are a bunch of progressive men on the lower end that seem to fall into that category. Just these simpering, obsequious, emasculine individuals. So,
but it just seems like it's Jeffrey Epstein's world now, where no one can be considered for a position of power on the regime side unless they look like they're completely compromised. And no one, to me, looks more completely compromised than like Walz. And we know Kamala Harris is. Yeah, I mean, we have video of
Kamala Harris is. Kamala Harris isn't even compromised. Kamala Harris is their creation. Every element of her identity and education was built by the deep state. She has no identity outside of that. So, but yeah, I mean, this is the new mode that we're in. Is we're going to get a new set of absolutely incompetent leaders, and not because there are no competent progressives, but that there's no progressives that the system trusts. The system is too paranoid to take a chance on a leader that actually is able to think.
Yeah, well, and someone who there's no chance that they're going to step out of line. There's no chance that they're even going to say anything that would get them in trouble. Look at some of the stuff that he said last night. Walls said last night. He said, "I'm friends with a child with school shooters," and then
Just,
he was
I had
confronted. He
I had
was
this vision,
confronted on
yeah.
that today, and it's the weirdest thing. I don't know if you've seen the video. The press asks him about it, and he just doesn't try to correct it. He says, "Well, I'm friends with David Hogg." I'm like, so does that mean David Hogg's a school shooter? What's he doing? And in this video, Fetterman's in the background of the video in his hoodie and shorts with his arms crossed, and he's just like staring at like the conversation going on, and I'm like, what world is this? I mean, it's like what I have no idea what is going on anymore.
Well, what is your take on Fetterman? Actually, that's a good. He seems to be kind of. At first, he seemed to be kind of like a flesh puppet, Fetterman, and now it looks like he may be not something that's so under control as it was previously. I know he probably is a complete puppet, but it was interesting to see like Fetterman, someone who's literally mentally disabled, seems to be the person with the most ability to actually speak independently of any kind of official handling.
What he's acting like now is he's acting like a 1970s New York City Democrat, like somebody who just says outrage, still is a Democrat and everything, but just says base stuff every once in a while. It's like a lot of the guys I grew up with in New York were like hardcore Democrats. They'd never vote for a Republican, but like they hated black people. They always had an anti-Semitic joke at the ready and everything like that. And that's just what he seems like. He seems like he's like maybe he's getting past the stroke, maybe something, or there's the theory that there's like 4 Fettermans or something like that. You see pictures.
I like that one. Yeah.
Can't find a better man. Can't find a better man. Gentlemen, how are you?
But
hello.
Go ahead, Jason.
Sorry, Pete. I knocked you off your rant. Sorry, my apologies.
Go ahead, man. Go. No, you go.
No. That was it. I just had that. I when I hear Fetterman, I have to do that bit. It's a shout out to Trey 50 Daniels. He will get a kick out of that when he hears it. I'm sorry, Pete. Continue.
I thought that was a Paul Fahrenheit.
Maybe there might be parallel thinking here involved, boys. I try to keep abreast to all these things, but sometimes I miss things.
Yeah, I'm not so sure how to show our donation amount. I'm going to kind of experiment with this thing. Okay, that kind of works.
That works.
Okay, so this is just the amount that I'm donating base. There have been some super chats and donations, but I'm just going to keep a running total. I really hate doing this, but I'm going to have to process this through my Entropy link personally. I will post the amount that I donate and with my name blanked out after the stream in about 24 hours. So just so everyone knows that it's above board, this is half my earnings. A lot of the earnings were specifically earmarked for charity last night, which is why it's so high. I do not make that much money on super chats ordinarily. But this was the amount left over from the last night's stream. But sorry, I need to welcome Jason. You're Jason from the 2-Bit podcast, right?
Mir and Chuck now.
Not any longer. 2-Bit podcast is dead. Long live Marinchuk Now, the new title of the channel. Of course, the content will remain the same for the time being. We have At the End of the Day, which is a dialogue show just recorded with Buck Johnson this morning. That'll be coming out in the next few weeks. And we have Meet the Based, which is a panel show. We're trying to put something together for this week. And then we have the Goat Stream, which will be a daily morning show starting again. Okay, I'm in Australia, so time zones are always whizzle wazzles, but it'll be October 3rd, 2024 at 9 a.m. That's we'll start doing morning show content on the daily. So that's where you can find Marinchuk Now, or at Marinchuk. You'll be able to find me.
I always I have to say you have a very unique approach to politics. A lot of your content focuses on specific individuals, so it's kind of like the opposite of my content. I always talk about things in abstractions, but you talk about specific actors on the political stage. So I always thought that's a really, I don't want to say it's like original, because it's what it's original for our spheres. I think that there's such a focus on the individual person that's involved.
Thank you, Dave. I appreciate that. I like to move back and forth between it, because I'm more really interested in narratives and grand narratives. And one of the things I say about the show quite often is I'm going to break your frame, meaning the liberal frame, which is kind of what got me into the DR in general, let's say 5 or more years ago. And it's that breaking that frame to not even just breaking liberalism itself, which I believe is Luciferian, but to be able to see outside of it and look into it and go, okay, what is this thing exactly that we're experiencing? And quite often, in the way I look at things, is that certain individuals begin to become like beacons. So when we study the individual and we kind of look at them and their effects and their modeling that's happening, this is a sort of a Girardian analysis of things. Then you can start to see downstream effects as well, and you can see sort of like the ripples that Elon Musk creates. And we can take it from a purely theoretical perspective from let's say dissident right wing viewpoints and talking points, but as they start to coalesce around certain people, and even their ancillaries, like you look at Lindsay, what Lindsay's doing now, trying to substantiate this woke right crap, and
okay.
his attacks on Oren, like those things are interesting to me, man. Like
we have a lot of super chats, but we just have to take a second. I mean, the world is harsh.
Press F for Lindsay.
Oh, hold on. Actually, Aaron's here. Can I? Okay. All right. Well, we have Aaron. My target was going to be 4, but Charlemagne, are you on actually, or?
Oh yeah, I've just been listening to you guys.
Okay,
back and forth.
Oren McIntyre, friend or fed? Right now, here we go, folks.
The man, the myth, the legend. Welcome, Aaron.
He's sir, I'm sorry, I'm operating this conspiracy. I have to coordinate the global Schmittian takeover through regionalism and distributism. Planning all my Hegelianism. It's very complicated. You wouldn't understand.
Just text me my orders. Text me my orders, and I'll be on it.
I think the saga of James Lindsay has to be one of the most entertaining flameouts of all time. Richard Hanania, his career plays out kind of like this weird, bizarre black comedy or near horror movie. But James Lindsay's career, it's like Buster Keaton, Three Stooges style, running into the barn and have the barn collapse and then climb out the window and bounce back into the burning building. It's all sorts of wacky stuff. I can't even believe what I'm hearing. I kind of wonder, I know he's friends with people like Local Distance. Is anyone tapping this guy on the shoulder and bringing him down to earth at this stage?
He certainly needs people who love him in his life. That's an important thing right now.
Oh, yeah. Good Lord, absolutely. It's there's just no end of the entertainment for this is the problem, is I think that when the election resolves, either with a Trump victory or a Kamala victory, a lot of these grifter types are going to kind of move away from being prominent. They might retire. They might just become think tank apparatchiks. Yeah.
James Lindsay becomes the new David Frum.
Yeah, exactly. Like, David Frum is a good example, actually. I mean, David Frum is just sort of this creature of the establishment, but he's not particularly. It's not like I feel constantly tempted to write responses to Hanania and responses to James Lindsay. I feel no need to write responses to David Frum. He's completely irrelevant. So someone passed me a link. If someone wants to do direct donations, there's also a link here. But if you want to get, the problem is if you use the direct link, I won't be able to read your chat. I'm going to do this thing again here. I will keep a running total. There's been a lot of super chats, so maybe we can sort of start off with that. That might be a good place to start generating some interest. Also, well, there might be more people coming on soon, but I'm going to keep it at maximum of 5 people. So we'll just got to find a better way to do the earnings, but there you go. Okay, so I don't have a way of displaying entropy chats, but I'm just going to kind of read them off with the donations involved and then kind of go from there. Christopher Myers for USA, $30 to the relief efforts. Evening, Dave, and fellow OGC consigliers just returned from dancing at a fantastic live jazz event in the Virginia Museum of Fine Arts to pop into this live stream and support the cause. My parents and several extended family members live in North Carolina, and I appreciate your support to the cause. Well, excellent. Thank you so much. That's perfect. I mean, we've got a lot of donations. Just as I started the stream, we already have $666 of money in addition to the $550 that I just donated myself. So we're already exceeded my match on this stream, and we haven't been going for more than 20 minutes, which is really, really great, actually. Well, Pete, do you want me to add you back in here, or?
Yeah. That
okay.
was. I don't know what knocked me out, but yeah, I'm good.
Excellent. Okay. Awesome. Okay. Well, that's amazing. People always, when they chat my live stream, they always talk about their personal lives and their personal ambitions. And this is something that Traditionalist always said to me. He said that this is a really good thing because people need to sort of model. This is always the problem with online, is that online has the tendency to turn you into a creature of the online space and to kind of dehumanize you. And unless you're constantly pushing against that, you become Destiny. I mean, that's, of all the people, Destiny will survive this election and will be a fixture of the millennial cultural generation going forward for 10 years. That's my prediction. My prediction is that Destiny.
What does that say about the millennial cultural generation?
I believe he'll be a cautionary tale for the millennials, hopefully. The Destiny line will be like the Mendoza line for baseball players. Like, if your life is doing worse than Destiny's, then you're part of the failed millennial generation. And if your life is better than Destiny's, then you've kind of like made it. And that will be the way of judging people's overall contribution, or not contributions, but life evaluations, right?
I managed to miss this entire cycle of the online sphere. I have never seen a Destiny debate. I have never heard him, other than people, making fun of some personal foible. I've just never, it's almost like Vaush. Like I've seen 1 or 2 videos, but I know there's an entire phenomenon attached to this, but it just completely passed me by.
Well, you see, the thing is, Aaron, is that you're from a different era than me. You are very much the master of the post-COVID right-wing space, and the post-COVID right-wing method of communication. But before, in the YouTube era, there, like, to be part of the space, you had to kind of like throw punches. That was part of it, and that's, a lot of people like myself, that I feel like sort of like I'm a spread quarterback, and I get to a league where doing that strategy just isn't possible. And what the reason why people are so angry at Destiny and Vaush, or at least people like me, is that they killed off that entire idea. Maybe I'm blaming too much on these people, but they killed off that entire idea, at least among our generation, that to have ideas was to wrestle with them publicly, and that's all gone now. I don't know.
I feel like I'm having like trench warfare explained to me, as a native of the shock and awe moment. Yeah, it's like, no, yeah, we used to have to crawl over barbed wire and charge machine gun nests, and now you just drop bombs from your planes.
Or it's like explaining the phenomenon of mustard gas to people in World War II, which is, this is. I don't want to get into the historian who asked the question about why mustard gas was not used in World War II, but there were certain things about that. This is actually a fascinating thing in my mind about how the internet has evolved from forums to blogs to YouTube to, now discourse almost exclusively goes on X, Twitter. To the extent that discourse even exists still.
I feel like Vosh and Destiny are sort of these weird holdovers from sort of the early Sargon days. I wouldn't even ARP you. I know you're on YouTube, so I'll speak gingerly. And that there was that moment in time where blood sports and all that silliness was going on, and there was that sort of the desire to create this feeling of actual real deal conflict that I think was missing in young men's lives. Like, we didn't have a war. What's that? The Fight Club monologue, this is our war, was like the meme wars of 2012 or whatever it was. But I feel we've moved past that to the point now where when we have these callbacks with the Vance means, when I was on the Old Glory Club panel doing the debates, and then I was looking through my Twitter feed when the debate was over, and it was the most weird, cursed, disease thing in the world, because I have like Orthodox Christian posts and then just a litany of like Vance waltz memes. it's assaulting me from all corners. I'm like, this is so weird. This is a very strange dichotomy. But so there was that hallmark, that was a callback to it.
Well, that's the thing. That's what Destiny and Vosh were famous for, was they essentially put away the Gamergate phenomenon. Gamergate was this metastasizing anti-progressive movement that spilled over into the popular imagination among young white men and got them to go much, much further to the right. And whether this is true or not, Destiny and Vosh are seen, and their claim to fame was that they essentially shut this down. And they took the internet blood sports era, which was, when it started, a right-wing phenomenon, although, not necessarily a particularly healthy one, and they turned it essentially into a left-wing entertainment product. And now both those individuals don't even really do debates anymore. They just read the news to their audience and collect donations. So now let's read the news to our audience and collect donations. All right, so next one is Solid Snake for $5 USA. Pete loved the videos about the PayPal mafia. Listened to them at work. Had no idea who all those people were. Thank you for the information. I'll be reading the books and watching the podcasts about them. Hope this money helps some good people. Thanks, guys. Yes, I'm definitely accounting for all of this. And let me add.
Well, it was, the PayPal mafia stuff was Jason and Matt Erickson were the ones who really started that.
That's Matt Erickson. That's all Matt Erickson. I was just a glad fly on the wall who kind of brought the term to him, and then Matt just continued to hit home runs with it. Sorry, Pete, but I just wanted to clarify. That's Matt's work.
Yeah. Well, Matt brought it to me. We talked about it on our show, and then it just sort of exploded. It sort of exploded, and this was back in February, and we said, we made some predictions. We said, well, we'll know if there's anything to this. One of the signs will be who he picks as a vice president, and if he picks Nikki Haley, well, PayPal mafia is got put in the corner. But if he picks a JD Vance or Vivek Ramaswamy, then we think that this game is on. So now it's just a wait and see, because we got an election coming up that we may not know who won it until January. So
You're
you're muted, Dave.
Yeah, I mean, I think the work on the PayPal Mafia stuff, I was originally skeptical, but it was absolutely just phenomenal work in terms of being able to make people aware of an emerging counter elite force in that could be growing right from under our feet. I think that
Andreessen basically said it on Twitter. Somebody had posted, "Oh, it looks like there's a circulation of the elites going on, and it's coming out of Silicon Valley." He retweets that with a bullseye emoji, and then he retweets the bullseye emoji with screenshots of the covers of the Machiavellians and the Managerial Revolution by Burnham. And I'm like, oh, okay. And then like 2 days later, I see him recommending the book The Ancient City to somebody, and I'm like, all right, he may not be our guy, but he's definitely in the ballpark.
Yeah, he's been Burnham posting for at least a year, I think, at this point. But it has only intensified, and it's very clear that he's picked up on a lot of the threads that have been knocking around from the DR for sure.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, this is the left's obviously losing their shit up for this, but I don't know.
The one thing I will say about what I'm producing on over on Marinchuk Now, used to be 2-Bit Podcast, now it's Marinchuk Now. I'll be doing that a lot. I'll be getting really obnoxious with that over the course of this stream. If I haven't already. So I've been doing these conversations with Stormy Waters, who is a friend with Pete as well, and a few other people I think are now taking interest in him. Again, I'll keep my pride and vainglory in check here, saying that this is all from Stormy and I'm just directing traffic. But if you go check out the Stormy Waters conversation, the first one we did was the shadow economy. Now we're working on a series based on a second conversation called the shadow system. And if you really want to get an idea of how deep this rabbit hole goes, and tracking the movements now, not of just the PayPal mafia, but of private equity groups like the Carlyle Group, which effectively is the private sector of the military-industrial complex, and how that's signaling to be anti-democrat or aligning with Trump or this new counter leader, whatever term that's going to be popularized. That's the big one, and understanding that things like the 2020 flu was substantiated to get lockdowns so that they could transfer trillions of dollars over to certain European banks to keep the sovereign debt bubble from collapsing, because essentially there's a suicide pact being signed by the City of London and the rest of the West, and perhaps even globally, to default on the debt. And so once you start getting your head around those things, then you really start to see that there's not just a realignment of the elites going on because DEI and all that stuff, but you also get to start to understand that there's massive seismic shifts happening globally, especially in economies, and the next 5-10 years will change the world. We are living in a moment of history, and that should, you can do with what you want with that, but it's going to get interesting, folks.
So I have to give an update on people donating here. There's been way more super chats than I thought would occur, and so I have to make this so I don't have to wipe out my paycheck immediately making a payment. So I will tally up the amount donated, but I will deduct the amount that comes out of entropy, which I think is 20%, I believe. I never actually really checked the amount deducted. If the donations get out of control, there's a point where I can't eat the deductions from entropy. So I think that it would be fair to just donate the lump sum after entropy takes its share to the charity in the name of the Old Glory Club, and that's how we'll do it. So I'll do the math on the calculator, and I'll update it as it comes in.
Yes. Did you mention at the beginning the particular place we're going to be donating the money as well?
Yes. I'll have to actually check out the. Actually, can you put the link in there?
In the private chat. Yeah.
Is it the first link in the private chat?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll check this out here, and we'll read it later on. But I don't want to interrupt people, and let's keep on reading the super chats while I get this in order. So the next one is Steve Mossenberg, Stephen Mosang. For $10, he says it's not much, but I hope it helps. It certainly does. Thank you very much. Christopher Myers for $5 USA. Both my left and right wing friends have remarked on how much I resemble J.D. Vance, specifically the eyes. Go figure. What are your respective opinions on the current Trump versus Vance position supporting IVF as an attempt to combat low birth rates? I've been on the record saying that this is kind of a red herring. IVF is not an active political issue. It's not illegal, but it's not going to make a difference in terms of the birth rate. That's not a statistical driver. So I feel like this is sort of a poison pond. People are getting baited into accepting a fake debate on the left's terms to talk about reproductive assistance as if it even could possibly solve a problem that the right cares about when everyone knows that it won't. Thoughts on that, guys?
Sorry, David, was there a question there, or?
Yeah, the framing of IVF as a means of combating the birth rate decline.
Oh, yeah, that's a tough one, right? Because, well, yeah, it's a tough one only because on one hand, Elon and the rest are signaling this pro-natalist push. So obviously everything that would assist people to having children, it would be coded as good, especially from a right-wing conservative, whatever perspective. At the same time, when you actually start looking into IVF treatments and what that entails, certainly, people of principle are going to have problems with that. One of the main issues, and I touched on this with Buck this morning, is that the real estate, the zeitgeist is moving to the right wing, specifically to the dissident right wing. Pete just mentioned Mark Andreessen, posting Burnham books and all that stuff. So the zeitgeist and people's interests are going to swing our way hard. So, and Stormy talks about this in the first talk as well, that if you think about it as digital real estate, we've been living in more or less a underdeveloped neighborhood, and all of a sudden it's going to become gentrified very, very quickly. So everyone holding a bit of real estate, your value is going to skyrocket over the next few years. That being said, and this kind of goes into my neo-Traz prediction, is as this sort of new pop culture arises, where people become mush Christians like a Russell Brand or a Jordan Peterson, you're going to have people of principle are going to have a bit of a window of time to benefit from it, and I'm using air quotes here, but very quickly our principles will exclude us again, because people are going to look for the most general common denominator messaging, and kind of want to exclude all those sticky principles of not killing babies in one way or another, right? Because they'll get on the whole having babies is great, it'll be elitist, having 6 kids will be a sign of affluence all of a sudden. That's going to start happening, and very quickly. And when that happens, I think IVF will be a big, strong proponent for that. I'll be able to turn to women who are in their 30s and or maybe even their early 40s and give them a new chance on having this family and becoming part of this new social elite. So,
yeah, Dave, you got to change your battery, buddy. Come on.
Oh no!
What did you have for breakfast? What if you didn't have breakfast? How would you feel?
I feel like I'm being punked with the with the fire alarm thing. I wonder who that was. Was that you, Prude? Welcome, Prudentialist, to the stream.
I do not have a soundboard, so no, I can safely say it wasn't me. But thank you, Dave.
I've got my eye on you, Oren.
It was me, Dave.
Okay.
Is anyone else waiting?
Everyone knows that no one in Canada has fire alarms. That's, I live in a Canadian house now. We don't have fires here unless they're in forests. In that case, we have enough fires to bury New York in ash, apparently.
Sadly, it's mostly in the churches over there.
Oh, good Lord. I don't even get me started on this thing. I'm beyond livid at the church, and the church leadership keeps on acting like it's the 1990s. That they're addicted to this idea that if we're just super nice to everybody, then magically speaking, we will go back to the 1990s, and then everyone will like us again. And I don't know. I can't listen to this one more time. I mean, eventually it's going to sort itself out, I believe, but it's going to be rough.
Yeah, it's Christians who really thought Christianity peaked at Field of Dreams.
Oh yeah. Well, I really like Field of Dreams. I mean,
so do I.
That's a great movie. I mean, it's a great American movie. It makes you proud to participate in these very mundane pieces of life, and there's something magical about how, I mean, I know Spielberg is a shit lib. I know he has, he is an Ellis Islander like myself. I'll say that, and that colors his perception of America. But man, he made magical movies about America in the 1990s and the 1980s.
All right, looks like we got a couple more people backstage. I'll bow out because I'm actually quite tired and mainly just wanted to make sure you had a panel to start with.
Oh, thanks so much, Charlemagne. You spare me from having to talk to myself, so I appreciate it.
Yes.
All right. Thanks, take care. Bye.
See ya.
See you, Charlie.
All right. I think Red Hawk is the next one on board. I have one more person waiting. So I just want to give an update on the chats. I'm going to have to figure out when I can cut this check is I'm going to be writing is going to be very large, and I need to make sure I don't wipe out my entire paycheck writing it. But the amount we have donated right now is nearing in on $2,000, which is pretty amazing. Written in the name of donated in the name of the Old Glory Club from me personally, and the charity is the Cajun Navy. The Cajun Navy is a 501c3 registered nonprofit organization focused on helping around the world to make it a better place. We help with our tireless staff of volunteers organize search and rescue teams. The United Cajun Navy offers support needs for children all across the United States and relief efforts throughout. I hear that this organization is one of the prominent ones on the ground, and also an organization that we trust to not necessarily be affiliated with known enemies. And I'm so glad people were able to provide this charity, because I'm so bad at actually finding things like this. So it's great. You guys don't mind if I read more super chats or more entropy chats here?
Go ahead, do it.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So, okay, we have Fritz Imperial. Evening, Dave. It's been a while since we've had to stream together. I've been thinking about all that's played out in the past 8 years since our channels first crossed paths. Anyway, happy to donate to a good cause. God bless, for $25. Thanks, Fritz. Fritz was one of the first fellow YouTubers that I podcasted with, along with Todd Lewis, another podcaster called Benjamin McLean, and a few others that were kind of in the more culturally right-wing space back in 2016 when I started the YouTube thing. And it is crazy to think how much the dynamics have changed. And it's a little bit encouraging, the amount of organization that we now have in places like this. Something like the Old Glory Club or Exit Group or New Founding or Ridge Runner or Seldings or Beowulf. those have been unheard of in 2016. Now they feel like they're popping up everywhere. And certainly a number of them are going to kind of die off, but it feels sort of promising in a way. It's very easy to blackpill.
Yeah, we're looking to have up to 20 chapters up and running by the end of the year for the OGC. So things are moving rapidly.
Well, I think that is awesome. I think people are even thinking of trying to create something similar in Canada potentially. Although it's funny how different parts of the country oftentimes feel differently about how they want to arraign themselves and organize themselves. And some are more interested in homesteading, and some are more interested in the more fraternal style organizations. So I find it kind of interesting how there's a regional difference in how people like approaching these things as well.
Well, I think when you look around and you take an all politics is local approach, you can look at your area, and maybe your area doesn't have any problems right now. 4 busloads of Haitians could show up at any time, because that's the world we live in right now. But if you're not having any problems right now, then what you want to do is you want to start preparing for in the event that busload does show up. Maybe an OGC chapter right now is really just a fishing club who gets together and then goes to local and just concentrates on watching local politics and preparing for anything. But there are some chapters that may just have to feel like they're going to dive right into local politics because there's a problem. It's just a matter of where you are and really what your interests are and what your strengths are. So I think that I don't think we hold anybody to what the purpose of their chapter is going to be, just what the structure of the chapter is going to be. If I'm saying anything wrong, Red Hawk, please correct me. But I think that depending on where you're at, there could be several purposes for having a chapter.
Yeah, very much so. And we already do have different chapters in different parts of the country who are looking to organize themselves in different ways depending on local circumstances. I mean, people in California are different than people in Alabama, for example, and for obvious reasons.
There's also this, I think this is not really a division, but there's people who are imagining next steps that look more like local politics, and there are people who are imagining next steps like art communities. And that's a dynamic that's been emerging over the last year or 2 years. And I think that the West Coasters are probably going to lean more, obviously, if politics gets dicey. Politics will always be primary and mutual support networks will be needed. But I think there's a lot of feeling in the, at least in the more blue areas, that what's needed is sort of a place to facilitate conversations that exist outside of the progressive orthodoxy. And I think that's one thing you said that was really brilliant, other than that horribly delicious Tim Walz joke, which I will be laughing about for the rest of the evening, Peter. But the thing we always have to remember is, and I saw a similar meme like this just tonight, where it was Obama saying, "Ugh, I really need a vice president who's dumber than I am." And then it's Biden going, "Ugh, I really need a vice president who's dumber than I am." And then it's Kamala going, "I really need a vice president who's dumber than I am." And then it's Tim Walz sitting there looking like a goober on the debate stage. The thing is just, it's not that there are no smart progressives. It's that progressives have become sort of fossilized in their own stifling political ideologies, such that nobody can have a conversation or put any ideas forward that aren't part of that orthodoxy. And there's a huge hunger for something different, a more open dialectic, as I like to say. I don't know.
I mean, I'm old enough that I remember when I would look at a Democrat on TV and I didn't think that they hated me. Yeah. You looked at someone like Tip O'Neill and you were like, I mean, he's obviously a drunk and everything, but I don't think that, he is staying up nights figuring out ways to destroy, white America and European America. It was just, it just turns out that the ideology that everybody was following at the time, where we are now, it was the logical conclusion of it. So, but you don't know that until you start reading the books that they don't want us to read and that they hid from us for so many, for so many decades, that certain people were heroic in finding them and introducing us to them.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what anyone can think looking into the eyes of someone like Tim Walz or Nancy Pelosi or something like that. And Tim Walz, I actually genuinely, he did surprise me in that, well, someone else said this, and I'm picking it up from a podcast. If it's you, Pete, I apologize. But in many ways, the Tim Walz performance was successful because the exposure that I was kind of looking at from Tim Walz, what I was kind of hoping he'd show was that he was a cynical politician underneath this aw shucks guy veneer. And all he looked like was a creepy, stupid person. Not a very bright man. And I don't know if that's actually the real Tim Walz. I think the real Tim Walz might be a much more Machiavellian figure.
Well, he's a predator, so yeah, I think there's something to be said about that. Yeah, it's very difficult. I've been batting around this in my head quite a bit. It's very difficult to get outside of your own bias. So obviously, I watched that. I'm a JD stan. So I thought he did amazingly well. I'll list all the reasons on the stream tonight or this morning, whatever time your zone you're in. But but it's hard to really gauge the outside of my own bias how well Walz performed for the group that he's trying to attract. The only thing that reason I think it didn't work is that, again, on my timeline, you're now starting to see a lot of women, normie con women, say favorable things about JD Vance. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that their votes are going to matter, but I don't think the votes matter for this election or any election going forward anymore anyway. So I'm on record saying Trump's being installed.
Yeah, what did our friend Thomas, say? I'm not even, this kind of echoed in my mind. I can't remember what show I heard it on. That was Jay Burden. He'll be on later. In Jay Burden's show, Thomas was on, and he said, I'm not even convinced there's going to be an election, properly speaking. It feels like everything has become completely artificial. And that's one of the most remarkable things about Kamala Harris, is that the simulacrum doesn't even affect real life. I can't, you can see the strings on her move around. It's the lifelike quality. It's like that. Do you remember Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 3? The millennials in the audience. Do you remember how they were?
Third one. That's deep.
That's the time travel one, right?
It is the time travel. Well, yeah. I mean, I guess, but the first two movies, they had these amazing Ninja Turtle costumes and these acrobats who played them. It was actually kind of amazing how well it came together. But then the third one, and I remember saying this, is that the production quality on the Turtles dropped significantly. So it made it feel like a made-for-TV production, and you realize that the franchise was well and truly over. It just, everything felt cheap and phoned in, and that is 100% what Kamala Harris is like. It's like the human skin suit. Like you always thought, like, well, you made 2 Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles before. Don't you have the same turtle suits? Couldn't you just put the actors in the good turtle suits, and not these ones that look like they're created by ABC Kids show? I guess they lost them or something, and I guess the current political establishment lost its human suit because now I have Kamala Harris that feels like a cheap knockoff politician costume that's walking around like they couldn't quite get the production values up to snuff.
Well, I feel like the second
let me just wish everybody a good night. I'm going to make room for everyone else. Thank you, Dave. Let's talk soon. Take care.
Oh yeah,
Cheers,
absolutely.
Pete.
And thanks for coming on. Thank you for coming on, Pete.
No problem. Have a good night, guys.
See you, Pete.
See you.
All right. So what were you saying, Aaron?
I was just desperately trying to get a Vanilla Ice joke in there, but yeah, he had to leave, so I understand. Good to see you.
Oh, Vanilla Ice.
I mean, Ninja Rap. Okay, how do you follow?
Yeah.
Where do you go from here? If you could
only
somehow
go down,
translate
right?
that success into the Harris Walls campaign, they would probably run away with it, but they just don't have that magic.
Yeah, well, I think
that was the go ninja, go ninja, go ninja, go, if memory serves. Right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, and if we keep on getting these exposés about 90s rappers, Vanilla Ice might go down in history as the least gay rapper from the 90s. If these scandals keep on erupting. I mean,
you're Canadian now.
First we have a Tupac video, then we have the P. Diddy revelations about. I mean, I don't know, man. I can't take this.
Have you ever seen, as just to take this in a wildly off the books direction, have you ever seen the like, I think it's like Cooler Than Ice, his solo movie project?
No.
It's an absolutely amazing piece of art. He at one point jumps from a moving motorcycle to like drop kick something and like tackle a woman off a horse. It's really amazing. It's worth your time if you ever have the choice to indulge.
It's the chart. I keep on threatening my wife with showing her the Star Wars holiday special, and she's a big Star Wars fan, and I always hold it over her head. And so I think it might be good. It's like, and she's always says it has the original cast like Mark Hamill and Carrie Fisher. I'm like, this was created before they made The Empire Strikes Back. It's all the original cast.
Why would
Little does she know?
Why don't you just tell everyone that you hate your wife? That's just
Well, I thought that was clear. I tortured her just earlier this year by reading passages from Sartor Resartus to her and having her clutch her ears in pain.
You're in Canada now. That could be actually labeled as a hate crime. You better watch out. Like, just get hauled in front. But see, now that you're also a Canadian now, you have to get into deep dive into Snow. Do you know the artist formerly known as Snow?
Never heard of him.
Oh, my friend.
As far as I'm concerned, the only Canadian band was Rush, but
no.
He had like a spoken word song of some kind.
He did reggae rap back. He was the Canadian Vanilla Ice. Oh, you got okay.
Informer. That's it. That's what it was.
Yep. You have to go watch that now, Dave. That's part of your homework now.
Okay. Well, let's read more super chats because they're piling up. We have Bear Roller for $30 USA. Lord have mercy. Thank you very much. Lord have mercy. Oh, that's what kicked off this last Lindsay meltdown, wasn't it? Wasn't that what kicked off the Lindsay meltdown? Was like someone posted an Archangel Mike, the prayer to Archangel Mike.
Trump posted the prayer.
And he thought that this classic Christian prayer that's been around for like 200 years was like some kind of Freemasons conspiracy or something.
Well, but hang on, he was raised in a middle-class household in the suburbs, and it was nominally Roman Catholic, and no one he knew practiced St. Michael's Day. So obviously that means that just Orin's in on the psyop. That's it.
Yeah, we actually created this. I retroactively went back into Catholicism and implanted this idea so that eventually we could take over. As ingenious on my part, I believe.
It's very Zionist.
I use the same technology from Ninja Turtles 3 to travel back in time.
The scepter that only activates when somebody holds the scepter at the same time at a different time. So. which is all the time when you think about it. But anyway, yes. The great Catholic conspiracy to overthrow the America is well underway. I mean, this is something that I always say as a Catholic person whose most legacy ancestor was Ellis Island. So excluding the people who just literally got here in the 70s. the Catholics did kind of destroy America in a certain way. I mean, after
Gangs
the Catholic
of New York memes,
I mean, talk about a missed opportunity. Martin Scorsese could have made Gangs of New York so good, but it was almost the worst time for that movie to come out. It was Martin Scorsese was brave enough to make it kind of off-putting to a mainstream audience, but he didn't really want to tell the dirty story about that period of time that would have made the movie interesting. And it comes off as kind of like a weird. I mean, it kind of was seen at the time as kind of being like a Titanic style vanity project with Leonardo DiCaprio and a bunch of other actors that had no right to be there. And I don't know. It's interesting. Moving on to the next one, Paladin YYZ for $400. Thank you so much for that generous donation. It sucks that I can't get away to help. I understand that they are turning away volunteers. FEMA is causing trouble. I heard about this too, that they're turning away volunteers for the relief efforts. Do you know anything about that, Arne?
So I have heard that they are especially angry at people who are attempting to fly in with helicopters or in other ways affect rescue efforts, because they're saying that this is messing up their coordination. I'm not sure what's going on with FEMA, because I live in an area just a few years ago that was devastated by a hurricane. We had a Category 4 hurricane dance on top of us for 12 hours. We lost power for 3 weeks. That we had bodies washing up into backyards. Like I don't know if it's as devastating as North Carolina is kind of at the moment, but it's pretty bad. And we had pretty good FEMA response, but the really important thing was we had DeSantis, who was willing to cut through a lot of red tape. And so things like building bridges to the islands out here that were absolutely isolated after this happened almost immediately. We had a lot of helicopters flying around right after, National Guard included. And so it's a little confusing. There's been reports that the National Guard has been deployed to these Middle Eastern outposts and so is unavailable. And so much of the money that was supposed to be a part of FEMA has been redirected to migrant resettlement efforts. And so there's a lot of blame going around, but it's been difficult to get a cohesive narrative as to exactly why the response has been so stilted. And fair point for many people has been, this is a part of the country that just isn't liked by the elite. They don't like it. They don't care about it. But you would think in this moment, this would be an excellent opportunity for someone like Kamala Harris to step up and say, hey, I can lead. I can be at the front. I can direct this kind of effort. And instead, what we're seeing is just this haphazard attempt to put this together. And it seems like a lot of the localities and charities and others are doing a lot more than the federal government itself, which is an indictment of the government, of course, but also it's a tragedy, of course, what's happening there, but it's also an opportunity for different organizations to step in, fill that void, and make people feel like they aren't as dependent on this kind of national service that is going to fail them anyway, because it's too busy resettling illegal immigrants somewhere in a neighborhood instead of taking care of the people who are paying the taxes and are part of the communities that they're supposed to be serving.
Well, I mean, you know why Kamala Harris isn't stepping up. I mean, I want to contradict you, but it's not because they hate the Tidewater South. It's because the government is so risk averse that I guarantee, well, I don't guarantee it, but I highly suspect that this is what they're thinking. We've got a disaster on our hands. It is a PR disaster in October of an election year. If Kamala Harris stands up and puts her name on this thing, and then something goes wrong and there's a major disaster and a lot of people die, that could be the October surprise. So it's better for her just to stay in a basement and for us to forget about this and to talk about, I don't know, how JD Vance is weird and creepy. And then it will just all blow over, and that will minimize the actual harm.
But that really speaks to if you're in the situation that the Harris campaign is in, where you aren't sure whether you're going to pull ahead, where even the cooked polls don't look great for you, and you just lost a major debate. Again, it would make sense to roll the dice and embrace that opportunity. You're in a unique position to wield the federal government to your advantage, even if you just kind of barely crossed the finish line in some kind of way. At least you were there on the ground making that happen. I hear you. You're absolutely right that the risk adverse nature is what's driving this. But that really is just saying, well, we're completely bought into the fortification system, right? Like we know maybe we're behind. We know that the election isn't looking great for us. Yes, this is a classic opportunity for people who are sitting in office to take power and look like leaders, even if they don't do much. But we're going to shoot all of that because ultimately, like, fundraising and doing very safe appearances on friendly networks and hoping that kind of the ballot harvesting is going to get us over the finish line. We're really investing into that. That is its own indictment of what's going on.
Well, I think they've lost what they really lost is the plausible possibility that this election is above board. Each passing day and each passing week, and with each passing failure, it's dawning on people that even if, let's say, Harris is the next president, that it's not legitimate, and not just from the MAGA group, but from a worldwide contingency. And I would say the majority of Americans would start to question the legitimacy of the Harris government at that point. The interesting thing is, and maybe this is a side quest for the group to talk about, is that are they now trying to signal that they're just trying to hold on to, let's say, the Congress or the Senate, or trying to hold on to at least one of the bodies so that they don't get completely routed? Because everything I'm looking at, and tell me if I'm wrong, but from polls to general mood to data points, it looks like Trump is going to, like, if the election is legitimate in any way, shape, or form, it looks like Trump's going to take this thing in a massive slide. So,
well, I mean, if elections worked like they did before 2020,
right? I mean,
I don't even know what an election means anymore, right? Like, how many ballots can you harvest from people who don't even potentially speak the language? Like, I would believe anybody could win that contest that had the majority of NGOs on their side, which Kamala Harris does. So, yeah, I mean, I guess I think that either the deep state has the apparatus to keep this in the bag for Harris, in which case Harris will win, or that they'll lose control over it, and I don't think Trump is going to be installed. I guess I'm differing from you here, Jason, and that is, I don't think that Trump is going to be. I think I just lost Jason, the person I was talking to. Okay, yeah. So grab your back, because I was talking directly to you.
No, sort of that.
I something tells me that either if Trump gets in, it's going to be a legitimate fumble by the regime, and it's going to be kind of, the next 4 years will be a repeat of 2016 to 2020, and it will be them kind of going nuts and trying to lock down the ship once more.
Well, just to shy my own shoes for a second, go check out the Shadow Economy over on Mirror Chuck Now. Used to be 2-Bit Podcast, now it's Mirror Chuck Now. Go check out that series that's developing with Stormy Waters. I'll send you a copy over I have some stuff behind the membership wall that's slowly being released. We'll have a release window on Friday for part 1 of the second part of the series, and then part 2, which will probably come out next week, really gets into private equity and the sovereign debt crisis and all of these other externalized elements that have completely convinced me that Trump is being installed by a group of extremely powerful people, and the real money and the real power is shifting behind putting the Republicans in as the in group and shifting the Democrats out. Now, does that change everything and make everything great and wonderful and better and we all get to dance around the fire and whatever? No, it just means that there's going to be opportunities opening up, and unfortunately there's going to be some really hard times, I think, coming up as well. But
that's what Isaac Simpson thinks. He thinks that, well, I think he says, I'm making up these probabilities, but he seems to believe at a 60% probability that Trump is going to win, and that this will be an enormous opportunity for groups like our own to wet our beaks and to actually take the next step forward in terms of further organizing. And that the deep state is not confident in progressivism as being an ideology that's at all sustainable.
No, and I think you see evidence all over the place with that. The Davos WEF crew and all that stuff is really just a front. Again, we'll get into City of London talks and further shows, but when you start to scratch the surface of a lot of this stuff and seeing where the banking and the money and the power, and then we're talking like centuries old power, is moving because out of necessity, because the sovereign debt crisis is a real deal crisis. To add it to the list of crises, but it's going to be a very defining moment in history. So we're here for it, and I think Trump's going to play a major role in that, whether he likes it or not. But I see all signs pointing towards it.
I mean, it's very tempting to believe that Trump is the spearhead for a new regime, in the sense that he's being put forward as being sort of the next iteration, the next revolution that remakes the American government like FDR was. But I'm sorry, guys, he's too old to do something like that. We can't organize a restructuring of the government around a person who is...
You're going to have to think generationally on this one, Dave. Like,
who's it going to be?
J.D. Vance?
J.D. Vance, maybe?
But this is
maybe.
And also, by the way, this is not a new regime, quote unquote. It's really an old regime that isn't beholden to a lot of the things we are, like principles or a general ethos. There might be one that I haven't uncovered yet, but I mean, I think again, go watch the series. Battle it out with me if you want, whatever, when you see it. But again, if my word means anything, which it probably doesn't, but and fair enough. But I see it in my mind's eye. It's very, very clear, one way or another. This regime, the current Nuremberg regime, is over. It's done. It's finished. They're shifting to a new one, and however that materializes, whatever that looks like, whatever name it's given, it will be the new one, but it's connected to a very old one. Does that? Hopefully that makes sense.
No, that makes sense. But in that case, I would argue that FDR's administration was more or less the same thing. He was put there by a bunch of blue bloods that were the descendant of one part of the post-Civil War ruling class in the Northeast of America. And so he was very much, he did remake the government, but he was very much a continuation of the ruling class that had existed before, just a younger section of them that wanted to go in a different direction.
Here's something to drop on it, and so I don't want to take over the whole.
No, go ahead. I mean, I'm here for a while, so
But this is something Stormy talked about, and we're exposing this more and more with other shows and with connecting to this other bigger things. But the GAE, the GAE, the American Empire is a bullshit marketing attack. It's a lie. There is an empire, but it's not American, or it's not being run out of America, and it doesn't have American interests at heart. It's just operating with America. America is the military wing, the managerial military wing of this global regime that has been. So we're talking about global government. There is one. It's just not formal yet, or maybe it never will be. Maybe it's better operating out of the shadows. Who knows? But as we're starting to see glimpses of it, we're starting to understand who's involved, which players are involved. We'll name them. Suddenly a lot of other things start to make a lot more sense. When Stormy connected those dots, and then I did some digging myself, that lockdowns essentially were the enabler to funnel trillions of dollars into European banking systems to keep them afloat, because the entire bond system, right, that's run out of the UK, is based on nothing, and it's about to collapse. To give you an idea, if you take all the money on all stock exchanges everywhere in the world and combine them, and you get a number and you times it by 10, you're still not close to the bond market. The bond market is somewhere in the neighborhood of quadrillions of dollars, and that whole bond market is based on nothing, on sovereign debt.
Yeah, it's based on your confidence in the government.
Well, no, but it's the money that's based on is based on nothing. So as that's becoming more and more apparent, and as that bubble becomes is about to burst, and that's what they've been trying to avoid, or try to create the suicide pact where all the West, the entire, the whole Western Empire, whatever the JAE, whatever you want to call it, is going to just uniformly default on the debt. And then that's the Great Reset, by the way. That's what's at stake here. And I think there's elements and there's certainly big giant players like Jamie Dimon who doesn't want to see his baby go away because he is JP Morgan Chase. That's him. That's his legacy. And what's on the line here for him is JP Morgan Chase. And he's going to fight it, and he is fighting it. The Fed is fighting it. There's a Tom Luongo point that I think is very salient, that the Fed is right now is a friend right now. And that's a hard one for people to get their head around, but the Fed isn't the money printer, Congress is. So right now, what you're seeing, there's open warfare. It's just muddled in the numbers of the Fed going after this new global, this sort of suicide pact, and trying to defeat it in their own way. These are all so we talk about the PayPal mafia, right, and the VC group, because also, by the way, all of Kamala's at least what she's talking about would destroy VC, right, would destroy venture capitalism.
Oh, you mean the unrealized gains?
Yeah, exactly. And
genius idea.
Sure, and we can go back and forth on whether she would actually ever be able to do that and so on and so forth, but they're taking it. The thing is, it doesn't matter what we think. These people who, this is their life, this is, like I said, this is an existential threat to them. They're taking it seriously, so we got to take it seriously. And if the VC groups, Peter Thiel, etc., are all moving one way, and now we're starting to see like groups like the Carlyle Group and private equity, which is the even bigger money guys behind those guys, moving one way, and then we're starting to see major banking administrations and like global banking administrations starting to move one way or try to take a counter position. That's the war.
Yeah,
and we're caught in the middle of it.
Well, so this is always the problem with oligarchies, is that if we understood the stakes and the players involved, we would be able to align ourselves in this crossfire in a way that resulted in good outcomes for our people. But we can't. I think you're doing yeoman's work on this, trying to figure out who are the elements of the elite that aren't so happy with the direction we've been going since 2016. But I think there's still so much more work to be done. There's so much so much political dark matter floating around that it feels like I'm just kind of throwing a dart into a dark room and guessing on whose side.
To quote Bob Dylan, you don't need a weatherman to know which way the wind blows. I'm just telling you there's a storm coming. Now, what you do with that information is up to you, because I don't know where I'm talking to the royal you here. I don't know where you're at. I don't know what your situation is. I don't know, right? I barely know my own some days, but I can tell you the storm's coming, and I can tell you what kind of storm it is and from which directions it's coming in. And I can tell you a little bit about what I can clearly predict, more or less, what's likely to happen in the next 5, 10, 15 years. And based on that information, then you can start making some decisions for yourself based on your situation or on your organization and your people and et cetera, right? I can't make those decisions for you. I can't tell you what to do. I can just tell you what I'm seeing. And
well, I think this is something that Kevin Dolan said a while back, and it's actually similar to something that I said a year or two ago, although I think we came to it independently. and that is in a crisis situation, sort of the most important thing is to know who your people are. People talk about bug out plans and 25-hour food supplies, and all that's great. But, as someone who heard a lot of stories about people escaping Eastern Europe in World War II from my grandmother and my father, the thing that saved them was a network of friends, not having, a bug out plan in anticipation of a war whose battle lines I didn't even really know existed. So, uh, that's I think why organizations like the OGC and the many other ones that I've mentioned are kind of important. And we'll see which ones shake out, which ones are ultimately long lasting. I have to read another entropy chat here. Narco Republican for $5 USA. Will there be an event book for this year's OGC conference? Almost certainly. I imagine we're working on it.
We didn't do one last year. We likely won't do another one this year either. Yeah.
Okay.
The event books. Unfortunately, not enough people purchase them, so they're just.
Well, I do hope, though. I mean, I've said this before, that it would be really good to, after the event has been out for a year, to have some place where people could locate the speeches in video or in written form, because a lot of very important ideas get discussed at these conferences, introduced, and people write non-trivial speeches for them. And
I don't mean to cut you off, Dave, but we have already started doing this because we posted Last Things is talk behind the paywall on the OGC Substack that people can go and read. So this is something we are going to be doing. So they will get
perfect. Exactly. Yeah, having a link is more important than having it be public, because that way it can be part of a footnote. Anyway, thank you very much. So sorry, Narco Republican, I guess not, but I imagine that there'll be an alternative way to get the essays and the talks potentially on the Old Glory Club website. Barefoot 99 for $25 USA. Hey, Dave, new to the channel, so I'm still learning the lingo. Could you explain basket weaving? Well, I'm glad you mentioned basket weaving. So I'm not exactly sure how the term came about. It was a spin-off on ideas discussed on Academic Agent's show. He's an academic. I don't know if I want to use his real name. I can never remember if he's going by that or not, but his real name's widely known because he's published many books under it. And he had a show called Unpopular Opinions, and on which I appeared on many of the early episodes, but then kind of ran out of availability when my first child came along. And the people were asking about what people should do, and Academic Agent said, well, you should meet up and organize with each other. I don't care if it's for underwater basket weaving. Just meet up and see what people are able to do. And so in the wake of that, a few entrepreneurial folks formed an organization called Sildings, and I believe this was under the direction of Green River, and then started a network of meetup groups. And that's what we now call basket weaving, or what I call weaving, always be weaving. And I think that this is sort of the missing ingredient for a lot of our ambitions. People who've known me for a long time will know that I kind of tried to start an aborted project that was somewhat similar to the Old Glory Club in 2019. It was too early, and it kind of fell apart. And I think basket weaving was the missing ingredient, because basket weaving, first of all, is almost everywhere. There's people almost everywhere who are meeting up to discuss these ideas and to do any number of things informally. It's really laid back. Usually people just go and have dinner. People do oftentimes some events. When I was in New Jersey, I did a number of events where we went and saw classical music. I even hosted an event, much to my shame, where we met up and played Magic: The Gathering, although I feel like a nerd saying that. let's stick with the classical music one. So it's just whatever people want to do together who are broadly in our circles. And from basket weaving, people typically, as they make friends and build community, they typically try to build their own organizations or join up to one of our organizations or build into a local church. And so basket weaving is this engine that will allow you to turn your online friends into real world friends. Because it's shared across many different people and has redundant servers, it's it's not just something associated with me. It's not something just associated with Academic Agent or with Green River or with the Beowulf Foundation. It's extensive across a variety of different, more or less ideologically aligned thought, influencers, what do you want to call us? And so it just creates a general, a general space for meeting up with people who are aware of the ideas that we talk about here and the imperative of taking next steps. And it's generally a good place to start organizing in a very laid back form. There's no membership to basket weaving. There's no mission statement. It is, let's meet up with people who are broadly talking about the same things and see what works for their needs. So that's my spiel on what basket weaving is. In many ways, it kind of feeds into all of these other organizations that we've been talking about on this stream. But I hope that helps. Any other comments on basket weaving?
Well, certainly a lot of the guys who were in basket weaver groups went on to form OGC chapters as well. So it's kind of like the next level up.
Yeah, exactly. It's a basket weaving is a river that feeds into many lakes, and one of them is the OGC. And but I would encourage you that even if OGC is awesome, and obviously I'm a big supporter of it, and our donations are going to be in the name of the OGC tonight to the charity we already discussed. But if for whatever reason you're thinking like, oh, well, the Fraternal Support Society isn't really what I had in mind, I really wanted like an art collective or a book group or like a more abstract, like philosophical forum. There are lots of people who do basket weaving and they want to go in that more artsy direction too, right? So it's the OGC isn't the only place that basket weaving leads to, and if you want to take it in a slightly different direction, that's absolutely encouraged as well.
Yeah, Dave, I love that you're so terminally blue state that you're like, the art collective. That's the first thing that we would get together and form.
I need my zines, man. I need my zines. Do people remember the 90s? I mean, come on.
Yeah, but not about zines. That said, I really appreciate you doing this. I think it's really great that the OGC is raising money for an extremely important cause, and so I'm glad that the stream is going and so many people are being generous. But I do have to bow out. So
excellent.
Great seeing everybody.
Yeah, thanks so much, Aaron. We're all a big fan of your work, and I need to have you on the show, or I need to come on your show sometime because I feel like we'd have a lot to talk about.
You're always welcome, Dave. The main problem is you're usually just so busy. It's difficult to book you. Otherwise, your invitation is always open. Just let me know when you're available.
It's the 10-hour-a-day tech job in Silicon Valley. That's really
we need to rescue you from wage slavery.
I'm a wagey. Okay. I'm a wage.
We will find a way to liberate you from the capitalist machine. But until then, thanks and good seeing everybody.
Yes. See you, Oren. Well, thank you. See you, Oren.
Nice Oren.
You will liberate me from the capitalist machine. Oh, Clausington was on here. Now space opened up, and now he's no longer here. Hopefully, he pops back on to the queue. You will liberate me from wage slavery potentially, but not tonight. All of these donations are going to charity. The only caveat is I'm donating the money after Entropy takes out its cut. So I believe that I'm factoring this in. And currently we are at $1,700, $1,800, more like $1,800, in addition to the 550 American dollars that I'm donating from last night in my own name. So that's a pretty good take for charity, I would say. It's only going up. So, and this stream is going to go on for a long time. So Thank you, gentlemen. If anyone, I talk a lot, so if anyone wants to say anything, just
I can chime in real quick, Dave.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and I mean, again, we're really grateful that you're using you have one of the larger channels here, so we're really glad that you're hosting this. But you had mentioned it earlier, as well as Pete did, about local politics or what you want to do regionally, and one of the things that's really important, especially if you live in one of these affected areas or family that's been affected by this storm or really any sort of general disaster. Dave, you were there at the OGC conference. You've kind of heard this spiel before, but I feel like with everyone listening, if you didn't read today's Old Glory Club piece, I was writing about how to financially recover long-term from these disaster events. Because obviously, whether or not FEMA or the federal government wants to do anything because it's an election year, I take the phrase from the psalmist, trust not in princes and the sons of men in whom there is no salvation, very literally. So you have to do a lot of these things yourself and to put faith in above. But with respects to, once the media turns its eye elsewhere, whether it be the election or another hurricane or another storm, your town is still up a creek without a paddle, and it's going to need people to direct and lead and to step up. Whether that's disaster recovery, like what we're doing here, fundraising for the Cajun Navy. But I want to focus for a minute just on fundraising and for government, because even though the feds aren't probably going to do anything, every state has a Department of Commerce. Every state has a water resources board or an environmental protection department, like the state of Georgia does. The state of North Carolina has what's known as a rural infrastructure committee, and those hand out grants every year for small towns, for roads, for development, for infrastructure that's necessary. Because when these big storms hit, for example, like in a place like Oklahoma where they get hit by tornadoes all the time, it takes years to get their water treatment plants, the roads rebuilt pretty much to pre-storm standards. It takes a couple of years. The same thing's going to happen with huge sections of the interstate being torn apart, and along with a sewage treatment plant in these small towns. If you are someone that knows about local government or knows anything about these things, you're going to have to handhold the ever-loving daylights out of your county commissioners, out of your mayors, and out of your city councilmen to approve resolutions to apply for these grants, which means your council of government, which means your regional planning organization. All of those groups are going to be the rat race for money in the next 2.5 years for rebuilding. And if they don't know what funding is available, then it's going to be misappropriated. I mean, you can say a lot of things about how terrible Congress is, but one of the good things that came out of the last couple of years was the ARPA stuff, the sort of Americans rebuilding things and reinvestment, because that meant millions of dollars going to rural flyover country for rebuilding roads, sewage, etc. And these places, these towns, whether it's Asheville or the middle of nowhere where you might live and you might be listening from your phone or something, you really need to take the lead on those things, because whether they put out a rescue package or not, there's still going to be grant money there. There's still going to be funding available, and it's going to need the leadership and people who are willing to step up and say, I know how to do this. I'm familiar with it, and let's take the step forward so my town gets what they need. Because if any of you live in small town America, or you work with small town America like I do, and Oren likes to say that he's a recovering journalist, I'm a recovering bureaucrat. I work for the government in a small capacity. But if you're not doing these things, those small towns don't have the brain power. They don't have the people there who are skilled enough to do this. Because if they lose their one grant writer or they lose their one staff member who's been doing it for years, so much institutional knowledge just disappears overnight. And I'm doing that right now with a small town that lost their city manager to a heart attack. And all of a sudden, 30 years of knowledge is gone. And now you got to rebuild with new staff from scratch. You guys have a great opportunity to step up and to lead, as well as to donate your time, money, and efforts, whether it's with an Old Glory Club chapter or basket weaving or other groups like the Cajun Navy, to really make a difference. And as someone who deals with development and grant writing for a living, it's the worst job on earth. I'm a glorified Excel spreadsheet monkey. But I can tell you what, every day of my job is a blessing, because I get to help small town, like rural heartland America, and I wouldn't trade it for the world. And there's more people like that out there than you realize. And if you get a hold of them and you know who they are, you have the opportunity to create a relationship that can rebuild your town and rechange it for the better, rather than for it to be quote unquote enriched or revitalized by a bunch of Haitians like Springfield.
Yeah, it's amazing that we have that dimension of, there's this whole avenue of the world that I wasn't aware of before. I specifically listened to you, Prude, on all of these things. And it's really interesting. It's really actually kind of fascinating to watch the Old Glory Club online presence kind of blossom. Usually these blogs are organized around certain personalities, but the Old Glory Club really came up from a community of people, which is, I think, kind of, I won't say unique, but I feel like it's a template for something, right? Like people said that this wasn't possible, and you made it work in a big way. The Old Glory Club made it work in a big way. And I'll say this, even I was kind of like, I like the idea of the Old Glory Club. I think like we really need to start doing this next year. But thank God Charlemagne and Paul Fahrenheit and the rest of you guys were, no, we need to do it now. And got the ball rolling, and overcame my kind of risk aversion on this project. And we have something that's actually kind of making headway in a big way. And the diversity of articles and perspectives in the Old Glory Club publication is actually kind of refreshing. I like it.
Yeah, our editorial staff has got a pretty broad line, which is basically just to be pro-America, pro-people, and to not just be depressed all the time 24/7. Don't get me wrong, I love a good black pill. I love subscribing to Morgoth's Review for that exact reason. But at the same time, when it comes to the state of actual action, sometimes I feel like politics in these spaces is a lot like the little kid from that one scene in The Incredibles where he lifts up the car angrily and he's like, "What are you waiting for?" And he's like, "I don't know, something exciting, I guess." And well, the exciting things can happen in very minute ways or in very accessible ways that you don't realize. I mean, if one of the great things about, basket weaving in general, and I mean, Dave, you laugh at yourself about doing the whole Magic the Gathering thing, but I mean, you think about what COVID did to destroy the third place. Like, it was really the coup de grace after all of this greater digital socialization where no one wants to meet anywhere. I'm surprised my local game store survived COVID, and I'm very grateful that it did, because I can still do a couple of games of Flames of War and some other stuff that I still own from years ago. But like, again,
so are you an Nexus Now Let's Player, Prude?
I
know Charlemagne is.
I very much am, and I'm also a Twilight Imperium player. So if I ever get to torture someone for 48 hours, that's the way I do it. But also diplomacy. It's like a 4X game played out over 48 hours. It's wonderful. It's a great way to kill a weekend. But
I've seen people play it all the time in game shops.
It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. So is diplomacy. But that would be actually, I might bring in my edition of diplomacy to the next OGC conference, because that's a great way to screw with people. But on all these things, though, it's important to have fellowship and to do these things. I mean, one of the greatest parts about the Old Glory Club, like you said, is just the diversity of opinions. And I mean that not in the cringe Republican classical liberal way, but I mean, everyone's got their own backgrounds and strengths, whether it be professional podcasters like what Pete does for a living. I mean, you have people with programming, you have everyone who works in parts of government, engineers, future lawyers, actual attorneys, and just men of all trades, whether they be scholars or outdoorsmen like Red Hawk. I mean, to have all that there, you kind of realize that in all walks of life, there's going to be someone who just kind of gives you that look, and you're like, oh yes, we do speak the same language, or we can kind of observe the same craziness that's going on. And it's really refreshing in that respect. And I mean, we've also managed to make friends with staffers on Capitol Hill. We've managed to meet people all over the place that listen and read our work and things like that. I don't try to humble brag about people I've met, but I've had the pleasure of having dinner with Jeremy Carl, the author of The Unprotected Class. And he's just like, yeah, I read your guys' stuff all the time, not just the Old Glory Club, but you or Oren and, our usual suspects and litany of friends. So it's just, there are opportunities out there to be heard and to be seen. And I think that, Red Hawk and Paul Fahrenheit were absolutely right. The time is now, because we may not get another 4-year, preparation period like Trump's election was. And if we get one, even better. That's 4 more years to have some breathing room and to prepare. But we act now and we do these things now because, as some of our other friends like Thomas had pointed out, you are kind of alone in this situation. You only have each other.
Well said. I'm going to read some more super chats. Steve Foxenson said, hope this helps. God bless, for $50. Christopher Myers for $3 says, Dave, did you ever figure out a potential discussion with Simone and Malcolm Collins? Do you consider them allies, fellow travelers, adversaries, or relevant entities? So Malcolm has been in contact with me, and it was really unclear whether he wanted to do like a live stream debate or not. And I haven't followed up. I wrote kind of an extensive piece about them and a critique of their ideology called Faith with Both Eyes Open, which someone was kind enough to read the essay for my video essay channel on YouTube. And it was pretty well received by our community. But I never heard a response from Malcolm. I was prepared for something like an essay response, but all I got was kind of like a tweet response and a discussion about how we would meet up and do a live stream sometime. And I said, sure, but then nothing ever came out of it. It's in my nature to like Simone and Malcolm Collins. There's sort of a residual kind of weird vibe from me where there's this kind of like autistic Silicon Valley style culture that I have learned to deeply distrust over the course of my life. And they smell like this a lot. And because they have that Silicon Valley ant smell, there is a residual lack of, I distrust this because I come from this part of the country and I know how it is. And I would kind of like just a conversation heart to heart with Malcolm Collins. I'm not so sure I really want to be their guest of the week on their live stream.
I think you should demand to make sure that there's no corn on the cob outfits in his closet at all day before
I mean,
show me your closet. I want to see it. Where's your tickle trunk? No. That looks too. What is that?
I think Simone Collins needs to retire her Rodri, her costume. I think that might help. But no, I mean, they're great people. How can you dislike people who are genuinely pro-natalist? Pro-natalism is a default ideology that I implicitly trust. It's like anti-natalism is an ideology that will immediately, I mean, I don't block people for ideas. I block people for advocating anti-natalism, or own side anti-natalism, as I call it. And because I'm sure the Malcolm and Simone Collins have done excellent work in just the amount of content they've produced. The problem is that there's a lot of noise with their signal. And, you know, I feel like my objections that I listed in my article are still largely unanswered. And I have not satisfied with answers that I've heard from them on that front. And I suspect that they will eventually go our way. That's my sense, that they will eventually kind of turn our way after they get over this whole Silicon Valley futurist thing.
On the natalism part, Dave, it was interesting. Over the weekend, myself and a bunch of the OGC guys down in Florida went and saw Tucker Carlson in Jacksonville. And this was the center point of his entire speech up there with Don Jr. was about just natalism and how that is the whole focus of our thing should be. And also in contrast to the left, how their entire goal is to prevent you from having children and the breakup of families, which is uniquely evil.
It's a remarkably parsimonious way of determining. It's not obviously a complete ideology. It's not even a ideology, but it is a remarkably parsimonious way of separating friend from enemy at a very, very basic level for the style of politics we're doing in this particular moment. So it is interesting. Anyway, let's go forward here for $50 for Gregory. Thank you very much for your donation. Thank you for doing this. I hope this can get on the ground and help our people who need it most. We all have to help our people, even if a little bit. God bless Appalachia. Well, thank you very much, Gregory. I'm going to keep on going here. Cody Bassett for $50 USA. May God bless my brothers and protect them in these trying times. Nothing to ask of you gentlemen other than to keep being the upstanding men I've come to know. Well, thank you so much, Cody. Bobby Sizik for $10. Here's some money, no question. I want to give those who've been affected by the floods. Thank you very much. And then a reference to The Man Who Was Thursday. Sime, Thursday, USA, $15, $15 from a New York Zoomer's wagey job for a good cause. I asked you on X recently about how us dreaded Zoomers can redo their education in the humanities and history. As of now, I have a casual book club with IRL friend, Burnham, Chesterton, etc. Hoping for some tips, cheers, and God bless. So I will actually, and first of all, I always love references to The Man Who Was Thursday, which I always hate this because the worst YouTuber of all time named their YouTube channel after a character from The Man Who Was Thursday. And now every time I return to that book, I have to think about this horrible, horrible person. But I do appreciate the Chesterton reference because I am a big fan of his. Oh, I haven't read him in a long time.
I get that reference.
Yeah. So I was so in my undergraduate education, I had two loves, which was philosophy and math. And after taking the initial courses on like philosophy, they were all just horrifically politicized courses that it was basically the progressive stack before the progressive stack, because this was California. So we experienced all these things like 10 years before everyone else did. And so I decided just to go into engineering and computers and stuff like that, which leads me to my wagey job. But on the side, me and a bunch of grad students had a great books club that met every Sunday and discussed great books. And that's how I got through almost all of Plato and almost all of Aristotle, and an introductory take on a lot of the philosophers that I talk about on my channel. Now, that was like 10 or 15 years ago, which makes me feel really old. But I feel that for Zoomers, if you're doing something similar and you have a book group, first of all, they're hard to establish, but alternate between books that are easy to read and then books that are more challenging, like Aristotle, like, I'm not going to say read Kant. We did. It was a slog. And, but combine things that are easy to read, like Chesterton and Burnham, with the stuff that is sort of foundational. That's my suggestion. And also try to see if you can include people who are friends or allies that might have, that might be a little bit older. Somebody like our mutual friend, George Bagby, would be just the ticket to periodically show up and give some needed guidance on a book club like this. In my opinion, that would be, an ideal way to manage things. Anyone else have any suggestions for developing book groups like this?
I would simply say with like book groups and being developed, I've learned that the best place to start is, of course, where you already have existing friends, whether that be at your church or a social club or a game club. Going from there, you can start to slowly reach out, sort of in the same way we kind of vet people with the OGC, like, are they affiliated with anyone that we may not like? Are they friendly? Do they have a belief system that we kind of agree with, or that we are friendly with or share beliefs in? I go to a book club pretty regularly, and they're pretty normie guys, but they're all fathers and married men who are trying to make sense of the world. And they just got done reading, for instance, like the Benedict option, and now they're reading Andrew Isker's like the Boniface option. But they're talking about these sort of great things in reference to Aldacer McIntyre and the rest. So I think that you just have to start with your friend group and who's already interested. And if you're alone, well, then again, as Dave says, always be leaving.
Yeah. So this is something that this is something I always say about the board game. I feel very nerdy to mention this again, Traditionalist. I'm somebody who's moved around a lot and has also been a board gamer for most of my life. And I've had certain periods of time where I've been obsessed with various board games or others. And what you don't want to do as a board gamer is you don't want to or as a deep board gamer, people who are really into board games that have metas. What you don't want to do is go around with your specific board game and then force everyone to play it. What you want to do when you move to a new area is see what board games other people are playing and then start participating in that. Because learning that new thing is like learning a new language, right? Just like learning a programming language is like learning a new way of looking at the world. So in many ways, you have to read the books that are relevant to the people, the men in your group. You can't force Aristotle or Kant or Hegel or Chesterton or Carlyle down their throat. Maybe you can introduce that gradually, but you really, when we're talking about these things like reading or board game playing, what makes them, board game playing is pretty much, I wouldn't say it's unhealthy, but it's not like a particularly like uplifting hobby. But what sort of forces it to be more uplifting than it usually is that it forces you to be part of a community and to obey their norms and to focus on the people playing rather than your obsession with some given rule set or a theme or fictional universe type deal. So I would also recommend a certain level of flexibility in this quest. Great. So Michael Latornu for $3 USA. I've heard some critics say that Christianity is either too weak for the modern Westerner or it's too compatible with wokeism, thus making it an existential threat to the West. Your thoughts, Dave? Well, thank you, Michael. This is something that I've been very outspoken on. Not to cast aspersions on paganism. Well, maybe a little bit. I did write an essay about this, an essay on paganism about 2 years ago at this stage. And I mean, the long and the short of it is that this is a conversation that is lacking sort of, I don't want to say that like people don't have standing to be part of this conversation, but the problem right now is this, practically speaking, Christianity is the only real viable religion in the West right now. I wouldn't say I've never met an in real life right-wing pagan group. I think I've come across my first one just recently, and it's actually kind of amazed to see it. But the problem with the alternatives, whether it's Nietzschean atheism or paganism or Islam, is that the comparisons, like statistically speaking, the comparisons don't match up. These groups, if you evaluate them on a whole, they're less based and less reliable than Christians are on median, or generally speaking. And furthermore, if you look sort of longitudinally as opposed to laterally, longitudinally being going back in time rather than comparing contemporary examples as we would in the lateral case. If you go longitudinally back in time, the practice of the Christian religion almost always is positively correlated with civilizational health, or with the best marker of civilizational health, because it's readable, birth rates. And so the case that Christianity is a civilizational, I mean, first of all, right off the bat, even if Christianity was a civilizationally negative force, it wouldn't be required to believe it because it's true. But the case is ridiculous because on all of the fair statistical comparisons we have to other groups, Christianity comes out as a positive comparison in all of the analyses that I've seen. So I don't take this Christianity destroys civilization argument. I don't think that there's much evidence for that. There is, and this is a fair point, there is a case that wokeism derives from Christianity and that it preys upon certain features of Christianity. Christianity is particularly vulnerable. And I want to take this question on seriously when I write my review of Pagan Imperialism by Julius Evola, hopefully publishing it in the OGC's Substack, as I did my last book review that I did. But that will probably have to be after some of the upcoming conferences, upcoming mini events that we're doing on the West Coast. So thank you very much. I'm talking too much, guys. Yeah, you have anything to say about? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, because I've taken very hard stances against what I'm calling the neo-pagans or any kind of neo-pagan groups. I find the framing very interesting, how people saying that wokeism, Christianity is more porous to wokeism. To that, I would say, well, which Christianity you're talking about? I mean, I'm an observing Orthodox Christian, and while we have certainly a lot of our own problems, currently and historically. One thing we can say is that wokeism is not one of them. The other thing I would say, there's a few things you said that I want to touch on. I would say that paganism, it would be much more closer to some sort of spiritual intersectionality if you ever try to make it work. Because how are you going to make a Dionysian and a worshiper of Odin get along? Well, they're not. They're incompatible. You know, you might have like a multi-faith sort of held in within one sort of ethos. When we talk about things like a phronema from the Orthodox perspective, which is kind of a worldview or a state of being, that would be required. So, but I don't see that happening. I don't see any neo-pagan group saying, well, we need to go back to some sort of Roman paganism or, unified Greek paganism. No, it's everyone doing a la carte spiritual worship. And the thing that you're at the end of the day, what you're worshiping are bloody well demons. So if you're sincere about being a pagan, then you better get on board with human sacrifice, because that's what's going to be required of you. And if you're not on board with that, then you're not a pagan, you're a LARPer. And that's fine. You can go LARP. You can say paganism is a point of interest to you, and you learn it like a vocabulary or a language. But just because I can learn Japanese does not make me Japanese. Mm-hmm. And just because I can look into occultism and read about occultism does not make me a practicer in a cult. In fact, quite the opposite. So, and just one last point, Dave, to make that point. And sorry, I get a little heated about this one because it rubs my rhubarb. But the other book I would direct people to go to read is Tom Holland's Dominion, which is the history of specifically Western of Roman Catholicism in the West that built the West. You live in a Christian nation. Well, I'll put that in quotes. You live in a civilization that's built on Christianity. That's it. No Judaism, no none of that. It's Christian to its core. You didn't have things because you needed Christ to substantiate the idea of a perfect victim, to have things like, oh, I don't know, your legal rights. Like, all those things stem from the cross. So whether you like it or not, that's what you got. And you can either work with it and try to do better with it or not. But don't do this whole, like, I'm going to go worship Odin crap, unless, like I said, you're really going to get into human sacrifice, which, by the way, is kind of required in it's essentially 99.9% of all pagan faiths. So, there's that.
I'll say this. I mean, the spiritual dimension of paganism is very de-emphasized, which is, it feels a little bit backwards to me. I mean, I don't want, like I said before, I don't really like airing out grievances on conflicts between Christians. I've kind of violated that rule, complaining about Canadian Catholic leadership. So, God forgive me, please. And I don't really want to start a religious war between pagans and Muslims or any other religious group that are full of devout believers, because I really believe that this is a question of humanity versus death that's staring us down in modernity. And I think it's kind of a false dialectic, but I definitely, everything you said there, Jason, I 100% feel that way. Always the question is, how right am I to put that feeling forcefully? When
name them, Dave.
Yeah, no, I'm kind of more of I want you to convert. How much fire and brimstone do you want here? Okay, I got to read the next one. Asteroidal Assassin for $3. Is IQ overrated? Iran has an average IQ of about 80. So the same as the American Africans, and their neighborhoods aren't dangerous, and they manage to be on Europe's level. Well, I do think IQ is overrated. IQ is not intelligence. The reason why people talk about IQ is a proxy for most tasks that white-collar professional jobs require in modern industrialized economies. What's going on with Iran and what's going on in India is that their IQ distributions, I suspect, are highly lumpy or bimodal. So they have, what you're saying in Iran or India is essentially probably 2 or 3 or maybe even 4 naturally occurring populations that would be considered essentially different ethnicities and different groups that are almost entirely separated in terms of their mating patterns over the course of hundreds, if not thousands of years. So that's what's likely to cause it. But my opinion is, after you get past, IQ is just like, I need to get in the door with a minimum IQ to be able to do this mindless white collar task. After that, IQ is absolutely not the end all be all. This is something that, let's give the devil his due here. This is something that I heard the best argument for affirmative action ever. And that is, if we conducted college admissions simply through IQ proxies, like highly G-loaded classes for grades or for standardized tests like the SAT or the ACT, our elite colleges would immediately become less effective because it would be swamped by, min-maxers from Asia and China. And all of the interesting entrepreneurial individuals that were really going to do something crazy would be kept out, right? And someone said this to me, and this is a right winger, and I'm not going to name names, but there is sort of a logic to affirmative action here, which is, if I see an African American with an IQ of 120, that guy is probably going places because there's a high likelihood that he has extraordinary talents that are driving that IQ measurement up. And whereas, an Asian with 120 IQ, that person's much closer to the median behavior of your average Han Chinese person. And so, there is something to affirmative action, whereas you would kind of want to weigh high IQs more heavily from populations that have naturally low IQs than you would from populations that have naturally high IQs. And it's because IQ is only half of the picture. The problem is that we do not have a good way of quantifying the part of the picture that isn't IQ. So I couldn't tell you what's magical about that person, but I have a great intuition that person has probably a lot more creative energy than people that have nominally a higher IQ than he does. I don't know. That's my heretical anti-right-wing take for tonight. Any comments?
People focus on IQ because it's the easiest thing for people to measure.
Exactly.
Yeah. So it tells you a piece of the story, but not the full picture. Like, there's no creativity quotient that we can use.
Yeah, it's like birth rate. It's like birth rate. I use birth rates as a proxy for civilizational health. But I use that because I can measure birth rates across thousands of years. But just having a bunch of kids, like being a civilization focused on mindless baby production, would not, in my estimation, be a civilization. That would be the mockery of civilization. But I'm forced to rely on a crude proxy because it's the only thing I can measure. And the problem is we can't measure the X factor of intelligence. And that's why we're forced to use IQ proxies. It's a tragedy of the civilized world, asteroidal assassin. Prudentialist, do you have any comments?
Oh, I think that you're absolutely right, that you and Redhawk both, about how you have these. We're using terms as a way to sort of navigate or circumlocution our words about terms that don't really exist yet. I mean, I don't know if you read Curtis Yarvin's latest essay about Sam Altman, but he was talking about how there's not really an effective tool for measuring human prosperity. I know that everyone likes to cite the Bhutanese gross national happiness quotient, which even then is kind of spurious if you look into it closer. But I think that it's important for us to realize that it's harder to get into the weeds about certain terms, because, again, you can't really measure IQ as the only thing end all be all, especially when it comes to like what you mentioned with Asians and the gentleman who made that argument. It's like, well, there's already a culture that's built around test taking, and not to mention a whole history of cheating with certain ethnic groups, cough Indians. But you have a whole issue there on top of the fact that there might be others out there to do it. And I mean, America's already got enough problems with its civil rights infrastructure that even if you wanted to move things in a positively more meritocratic or even pro-white position, there's still numerous cultural things that you have to move on. And you and I are both kind of products of this to some extent, because like we can't escape who we are, right? Like I'm a third culture kid who's lived everywhere. You lived in England for a little bit. You've traveled all over the country. But at the end of the day, as you said famously on Twitter, blue state retards are more your jam. And I live in the middle of nowhere where my people are, who wear overalls and work on like farming equipment. Like we can't escape our blood, and by a certain extent of that, you can't escape that culture that comes with it. So, as much as I like going to the theater, or I like going to see like concert pianists or whatever, I also know that at the end of the day, I'm going to be in a room full of people that like to play the guitar and listen to Merle Haggard songs more than anything else. Cause like, you just can't escape that. And you have to find a way to calculate that. And I don't think that we have, I think that a lot of it is just that egalitarian liberal revolutions has like really whittled away our language. Because if we had terms for it, I'm sure we could find them, but people would just call you like an evil race scientist, or the eugenicons, as who was it, like Pedro Gonzalez or someone was trying to call, or get labeled as a year or two ago. So I'm sure it's out there.
We have to get Pedro Gonzalez, Richard Hanania, and James Lindsay all on the same team, because they all resemble each other, their own complaints about the online right, and they all have kind of broadly similar complaints about the scary online right, but they all each resemble the problem more than the actual online right does. It's funny.
Correct.
But I will say, true confession here, before I started my YouTube channel, my main outlet, other than church activities, was that I was a fairly decent bluegrass fiddler. And I even had a band like way back in my late college years. So it's kind of funny that I kind of got caught up in this blue state, not parody, homage to red state culture, or it wasn't even bluegrass, it was old time. But anyway, yeah, I mean, that's it's always good to keep these things in mind. Alex Eagle for $75 USA. Good evening, gents. Thank you for doing this. Being trapped in a flood zone is genuinely terrifying. Any advice for those of us who are in the Northeast cities like New York and Boston for career reasons? What do you mean for supporting the flood efforts? That's one thing that we were kind of having a problem with, is that I think all of the Old Glory Club members who are actually in that area are very understandably preoccupied with supporting relief efforts in that area. And I'm hosting this because I'm one of the larger channels in this region, and so I'm hosting this to get a bigger audience. But I have very, very little knowledge about what the proper way is to support these efforts, beyond giving money to charities that we have determined are well suited to help people in this time.
Well, I'll just say something really quick, and then I'll hand it over to Mr. Cook, because I'm sure he could say a lot more on this than anyone else here. But it's a really nice thing being part of a network of guys around the country like the OGC, where we are now sending guys down, led by Mr. Not Me, Not You, for this weekend to come down and actually help out more people who are, associated with our network and such. Having a group of guys that you can rely on is going to be worth more than its weight in gold in the times to come. But I'm sure Mr. Cook here, being actually on the ground in North Carolina, can tell us way more about how people could be helping. So what do you have to say, sir?
Well, thank you for that introduction, Red Hawk. And just to start, I want to thank you, Dave, and everyone who's listening and who's contributed to these donations, because I've been dealing with this since basically last Saturday, and it's pretty bad. And the folks in North Carolina need all the help that we can give them. So for the benefit of the chat, I will give a little bit of background about myself. I am a staffer on Capitol Hill for a member of Congress whose district includes several counties in North Carolina that were hit really bad by this storm. And my boss and a lot of the district staff have been working almost nonstop since Saturday. They were overwhelmed, to say the least. There was not a lot of preparation at the state level for this kind of an event, and we are getting a lot of reports from people, especially as power and cell service is starting to make its way back to some of the communities that were cut off. That federal agencies like FEMA, local law enforcement are trying to prevent private good Samaritans, let's just say, from helping. This morning we met with a couple of people who are like local FEMA representatives in the district, and the response on their end is basically that they don't want, the phrase they use is, we are trying to triage the situation, which I don't know what that means, but the reasoning that they are giving us is that they are trying to prevent a situation where a bunch of people with the best of intentions go into a disaster area, get stuck, require rescue and recovery, and further strain those resources. I think that's bunk. A lot of my coworkers were a bit shocked that that's the reasoning, but everyone in my boss's office at this point is kind of just trying to focus on the immediate problem. I was talking to one of our legislative directors today, and he basically was like, we're going to have this fight with FEMA after we bury all the bodies and get everyone rescued, and get to these mountain towns that are still cut off. An update for, I think, that everyone might want to find interesting: the North Carolina National Guard's also been in contact with us. This morning, they said that so far, North Carolina's National Guards has sent 900 soldiers and airmen, 300 vehicles, and 19 helicopters to help the rescue and recovery efforts. And if you're wondering, yes, that's a pretty paltry number. They aren't really telling us why the mobilization is so small and slow. But if I had to guess, I think it's because a lot of rotary and assets are on standby for what's happening in the Middle East, and the DoD is probably reluctant to retask them to Appalachia. Other state National Guards are also sending assistance, but it's the mood on the ground is that Uncle Sam should be doing a lot more, and people want to know why. And a lot of good people on Capitol Hill in DC are just as angry and trying to get those answers. So I've rambled a lot. I apologize. I'll return the floor back to you guys.
No, you're 100% welcome, because this is the point of the stream. The reason why I haven't been talking more about it is that I have very little knowledge of it. So thank you so much. This is a story, an element of the story that I hear again and again. Is whenever I talk to people about the problems with organizing this relief effort, and this is one reason why the OGC, I think, has such interest in this particular disaster, is every time, this is anecdotal, obviously, or I could say lived experience, but every time I've talked to someone from this region about organizing relief efforts, it's always the story revolves around how we could not do X, Y, Z because resources are allocated to some other project that is not largely the concern of the American government, whether it's resettling immigrants, or the war in Ukraine, or the war in Gaza, or the war in Iran, or the war against the Houthis. It's everything in this country is organized to extract wealth from this country and ship it over to meet the imperialistic needs of the global American empire. And, you know, in the process, the people of America, especially the heritage Americans, of which I'm not one, get just kind of trampled by the machine. Just one update, guys. We have just hit the 3K mark, more or less, if you include my donations. So that's a nice little milestone. I'll keep you guys posted as we keep on going on here. So that's kind of nice. Anyway, let's keep on going and answer the super chats that people keep on giving them. Jimmy Thomas for $50 USA. Look up Don Knotts versus Tim Wolf's shocked face last night. Cannot be unseen. Who's Don Knotts?
The counterpart to the wonderful police force in Mayberry.
Or Three's Company.
Oh, wait, is that Andy Griffin?
Yeah. Well, Don Knotts was the skinny
deputy, right?
Deputy, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh boy. But I mean, that's kind of like what they're trying to weaponize against us, right? Because before the era of Homer Simpson and Peter Griffin, there was kind of like that classic Anglo archetype of the derpy old town good old boy that he's well-meaning, but he's a kind of a big loser. But don't we just love him? And he's part of us. He's part of our society anyway. And I don't know. I mean, that's such a classic piece of Anglo culture. And I kind of feel that this era of anti-whiteness is really going to ruin us from ever being able to laugh at ourselves in the same way.
There's probably a definite nugget of truth in that. But I would say, however, that, you know, Don Knotts, throughout all the characters and roles he's played on television and film throughout his lengthy career, none of it was outright meant, like, he never internalized that kind of subversion. I mean, I don't know if Tim Waltz really believes in this sort of like, oh, shucks, you know, I'm just a good old knucklehead. I'm not a Chinese acid or anything. I don't know whether or not he genuinely believes in it. But to the rest of the world, especially on his side of things, that is what the positive white male role model looks like. Tim Waltz is like the synthesis of woke German idealism that they've been trying for years to achieve. Because you ask yourself, what is the progressive role model for straight white men who happen to be leftists? Well, most of them tended to be on BreadTube, and most of them had a tendency to tranny out when it came time to like get the Patreon dollars recharged. Because really, to be a progressive white male ally is more or less to choose for, you know, opting out of either, you know, propagation of your species, or to simply stand aside and to let someone take up the stand. And I mean, that's sort of what Tim Waltz is embodying, is this like almost wacky Cork Chungus dad that's just like, yeah, like the future is female, but also like, oh shucks, I'm so folksy and Midwestern. I think when people on Twitter say that he's like a white minstrel show, I think that they really do mean it. But I would say that despite the facial expression, Don Knotts and all the characters he played were nowhere near the kind of just, I guess, performative self-hatred and self-abuse that is Tim Waltz.
Yeah, it is amazing. I mean, this is one thing that is kind of amazing to see in my own cohort of millennial progressives, is just that insufferable, obsequious, progressive white male personality. They don't all troons out, but they almost all I mean, there's some exceptions. There's some very notable exceptions. But at least in the younger millennials, all the guys that are dyed-in-the-wool progressives have this way of speaking that is, I just can't stand it. It's the thought slime effect. They sound like thought slime. Like, I'm a big dummy. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm a white guy. I'm the butt of the jokes. It's just like, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. Anyway, welcome.
In a way, Tim Walz is like the perfect like avatar for the Democrat male or the feminist male. You know,
he can't be that stupid. They must have something on him or something, right? Well, they must have something on him.
Tim Walz is basically a minstrel show for white people. Right? Yeah. Like he does all the things that like progressives like to laugh at white people for doing, but he does it like he's kind of jucking and jiving, trying to get points from his his masters. Sorry, I had to enunciate that fully. But I will say,
I don't think you can use the hard R when you say master. It should be master.
I was going to, but I pulled back the last minute. But the way that he in particular, and Red Hawk, I'm sure you share this exact same feeling. The way that he has this, like, he did these kind of like goofy photos of like, oh, it's Tim Walz the Hunter, where he's got like a $20,000 trap shotgun in like a pumpkin field. Just sitting there.
The brand new, Benelli Vinci that's never been shot before, and he's like, yeah, I'm a pheasant hunter. He's like the perfect embodiment of the FUD archetype if people are gun people.
Well, and also like just to look at this from another perspective, and maybe it's just because of where I live, but had anyone heard of Walz before this race? He seems to be basically a nobody.
Well, I mean, I did kind of hear about him in the wake of that whole, I mean, for a while, because he was in charge of Minnesota when it went to hell in 2020, right? So there was a little bit of that.
But I mean, he's not like a Whitmer or a Shapiro
no
Democratic governor.
No, he was from the backbench. He was a virtual unknown. I think, like I said, I think that Kamala is such a cipher. I think there's a lot of truth to that meme. I need a vice president who's dumber than I am. Maybe not dumber, but weaker. And they needed to have somebody who had almost zero personality, because anyone with more personality would have overpowered Kamala. And that would have introduced an unstable element to the Kamala Harris presidency or the Kamala Harris campaign, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think that the minstrel show thing is definitely true. Like, he's the embodiment of every goofy white dad and every infomercial product that you would order for just 3 easy payments of like $29.99. And it's just like, oh, shucks, this terrible thing happened to me. And it's just like, this is the Democratic white male, is the white dad from infomercials, except he's just advocating for like ShamWowing the entire like white population off America.
Yeah. Somewhere in Tim Walz's house, he's trying to get juice out of an orange by smashing it against his forehead. Did you know you could get a Haitian immigrant to do that? There's a better way to get juice out of an orange?
So you're telling me we can import people of African descent to do basic manual tasks at a cheaper rate? I think I've seen this episode before.
All right, guys, I have to read more super chats, otherwise I'm going to fall behind here. Paladin YYZ for another $400. Wow, thank you very much. Again, referencing Aron's attack on his taste in metal. I did my thesis on Plato's comments on Metallium Gravitas, where I cited quotes from a number of his dialogues, where he's on record saying, bah, Bergian, Smirgian, and later saying, silly F-slur, Mixolydian is for kids. So anyone of a more musical, or I could tell that these it's a reference to scales, and apparently Plato's distaste for Mixolydian scales, and this applies to heavy metal music. And anyone have a better expertise on ancient opinions about scale key types and its application to metal via the commentary of Plato?
The fuck you just said?
I don't know. I feel like maybe my wife would be able to comment on this a little bit more. Unfortunately, I think she's at her organ lessons.
I feel you just made me feel very Haitian right now. I'm reeling.
Yeah. No, the Mixolydian is a certain musical type of key. So I'm not. I know enough music theory to know that. But I don't remember what Plato said about these things, nor how they could possibly apply to metal. For a $400 super chat, though, thank you very much for your generosity. And if we have any insight on what that means, I will return to it. Iron 5 for $10 USA. The stories I have heard IRL of the damage in North Carolina are tragic. I hope our guys that are affected are safe. God bless. Well, thank you very much. Sam, yeah, go ahead.
I can actually offer a little bit of insight on this. Obviously, I'm pretty close to that area geographically. Actually, my cousins, my uncle and his whole family lives out there. And they are higher up on the mountain, so their house is completely fine, it seems like. But in addition to the flood damage, it's basically created a situation where the city of Asheville is cut off. There's only, one passable route in or out. And so it took them several days to evacuate. And now, as of the last thing I've heard from them, obviously, they're not exactly, keeping me up to date on everything. But basically, they're having big problems with gas lines leaking. So in addition to, obviously, the flood damage, they're worried about, fires as well, with kind of no one there to stop it. But anyway, sorry, back to you, Dave.
Uh-oh, Dave, I think you muted.
Dave, yeah, I think you muted yourself.
This stupid microphone. This is a huge improvement on my production qualities.
Professional podcasting.
Yeah, exactly. It's like the cheapest one you could possibly get. That's still a professional podcasting mic. But yeah, I mean, I hear these horror stories, and it's amazing. It's not amazing. It's not in the news. It's not in the news because it's October with an incumbent Democrat. That's why it's not in the news. And if I don't know. I mean, we can't relitigate the fact that the media is in the tank for this one, but it is kind of amazing when you think about the fact that tragedies as they exist in real life aren't proportional to how much they exist in the national consciousness. And there can be a tragedy like this and virtually no one can be talking about it.
So one thing I want to add that I think is relevant, and I hate to turn this into just, gross electoral politics, right? Because obviously there's a great human toll. But technically speaking, North Carolina is a swing state, right? Asheville is a particularly blue area of that state, right? It's sort of this bizarre, like Bauhaus holdover artist community. It's been there for about 100 years. And so, I think the fact that the administration has been widely seen as having a very, very poor response, and we'll see what happens from it. But Trump has been has been taking photo ops, has been there with Elon Musk saying he'll roll out Starlink. I mean, at the very least, I think that is a significant occurrence. And look, like of all the quote unquote swing states, I think North Carolina is the least likely to be for the Democrats, but still, I think this is it's very likely to have an effect in that state.
You think it's going to have an effect to swing it to the Republican side?
I mean, I would be shocked if it didn't. To be honest, the response from the current administration has been very, very bad. I was watching CNN today on accident, walking into a hotel, and just now Joe Biden has shown up. The fact that one, it's Joe Biden, who I think everyone has largely forgotten about. Two, it's Joe Biden, who, let's be honest, is never the most suave politician, and it is now the 2nd of October. I mean, to me, it's obviously not being handled the same way in the media, but it's hard to not look at that in the same way as to quote Kanye West, George Bush doesn't care about black people, right? It's kind of a slap in the face.
Yeah, it's where is Kanye West to sing another song about this? Could he be found for comment? I mean, wasn't that what put him on the map, right?
I think he's undergoing deprogramming. He's going to be here for the St. Gabriel op. Keep your eyes peeled to social medias or James Lindsay's feed, which either one.
If I may,
yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, if I may kind of build on what Jay Burden has said. I think North Carolina was probably pretty well in the I think Trump was probably going to carry the state before all of this. Where I think the big change is now going to be is actually at the state level politically. Obviously, the GOP candidate for governor is the lieutenant governor of the state, the current lieutenant governor of the state, Mark Robinson, who had been having some pretty bad stories in the news in the weeks.
I think he might just be Mark Robinson. I think he might just be the only straight black politician in the United States right now. In the midst of all this P. Diddy news and everything else, it's like, wow, this guy was at least talking. Yeah, sorry, I had to make that joke. He might be the only straight black guy in there, especially in the midst of dealing with someone like Tim Scott and all the rest, who had to find himself a wife in order to run for president. Now he's stuck with a beard.
Yeah, it didn't do him any good. But yeah, you're probably right, Prude. But anyways, Robinson is kind of the only state official that's really been. I mean, he was probably one of the first people from the state who was on site trying to help with disaster relief. And the way that the state works politically, the lieutenant governor doesn't have that much power, but he has been doing what he can and honestly showing up, reminding people in these counties that you're not forgotten and someone cares about you is probably going to do him a lot of benefit come November.
You know, to build off something that Prudentialist had said earlier about someone having a heart attack and then 30 years of knowledge being wiped out. I don't think you have to wait for tragedies like this to happen to and I'll represent Matthew Erickson here a little bit, and both of us have said this, is that it's time to befriend boomers. It's time to redeem the boomers by saddling up to them and getting that knowledge from them before they're gone, because in very short order, in the next 10-15 years, they'll be gone. And if you want to talk about competency crisis stuff, well, there's a lot of competency, whether you like them or hate them, whether you hate their cruises and Margaritaville kind of mentality. You do want to get as much contacts and information from them as possible. And there's a lot of them out there who will give it to you for free because they're lonely, or they have, their kids don't care about their business and they just want to pass on either the business or their acumen or their contacts to people who actually want to use them. And, so befriend a boomer I know this is very unpopular among certain circles, but I think it's true because it's so unpopular that maybe put your pride aside and stop scapegoating them and learn from them as much as you can. Because if you have some guy who dies of a heart attack suddenly, you kind of want to be the guy who can replace that guy.
Yeah, and I wrote about this actually for the Old Glory Club. It's called Generational Agitation, and it expresses the same thesis that Gen X and boomers, your parents and grandparents, have a wealth of institutional knowledge, but not just institutional knowledge, but I mean, yeah, you hit the nail on the head with the competency thing. Like, there are a lot of people who know how to repair things that most people these days don't know how to. And it's been relegated to the parasocial, like I think it's a YouTube channel like Dad, How Do I? Or DIY Dad, where it's just people trying to figure out how to do things that their father should have taught them. And it is a pretty damning indictment about like generational and civilizational health and prosperity. But again, these are the reasons why you should be getting involved now at your local government. I wrote about that today. That's why we're doing these things. That's why the Old Glory Club exists. That's why, Jay Burden works so closely with like Axios Fitness and all that other stuff, is so you are doing everything that you can to be the person who can step up when the call is necessary. And you never know when that's going to be. No man knoweth the hour. And whether it's a disaster like this, or, someone decides to misappropriate funds, or some, bond is going to go up for a vote, someone needs to be the voice of reason to stand up for that stuff. And you're looking at the people, not just us, but the people around you who have those opportunities to know how to answer when crisis strikes.
So this is something that, Joshua Ham has brought up in chat that I found quite true in my experience, is one of the greatest problems boomers face is loneliness. Be their friend, learn from them, inherit their wisdom and abilities. And particularly, there are a lot of older men, right, who are quite lonely. It's a bit grim to talk about, but a lot of them no longer have friends or family just due to kind of the ravages of time. But they know a lot of things. I think about my grandfather, who is one of these people who can build almost anything with his hands, and he's getting into his late 70s and at the point where he has very few friends left. And so, finding someone like that, even if you're not, directly blood related, is a very good way to, both do something that is kind of, morally good and correct, right? Kind of caring for the, for the poor of one side, of one, kind or another, but also that's a very good way to have knowledge transfer, right? You're not just walking up to someone in a shopping mall and say, can you be my dad? How do I do this? It's kind of comically awkward, but it's a good way to build those kind of intergenerational ties that are, would have been very natural in a previous social order.
I mean, breaking down the generational barrier should be a primary political priority or cultural priority for people in our sphere. And this is something that has just crippled communities in the 20th century and shut down entire avenues of human development. And, and we're kind of impoverished for it. And I guess the question is, I don't really know what our adversaries are going to look like going forward. What is the progressive movement going to look like in 10 or 20 years? Part of me thinks that the progressive movement is going to fall apart because it's so dysfunctional. It's getting fed money, but it's not doing well internally. If we can have the internal constitution that comes from having intergenerational communities and organizations, that's huge. I wonder if, as the Old Glory Club grows in its chapters, you could sort of create a category for emeritus members of base boomers, sort of, den fathers that kind of like laid out guidelines and had kind of a different role inside the organization. That might be an interesting thing to experiment with.
The Order of the Golden Pillow.
Well, I don't know if we
the
want
Order of Mike Lindell.
We'll workshop the name, but it is a good idea in all seriousness.
Yeah.
My Pillow guys. Great. So Sam153 for $100. Thank you so much, Sam153, for all of your contributions. Great cause for a stream, Dave. Cheers. Nerve AMV Maker for $30 USA. My all-time favorite Hanania post is when he told everyone Shakespeare was overrated and that he could perfectly imitate him. He then proceeded to write a poem that had no metaphors or similes. He appeared to think that Shakespeare's style was writing rhymes like Dr. Seuss and nothing else. Very elite human capital. I forgot about that. Hanania, people forget Hanania's moonlighting career as a wall cow. I mean, I'm kind of very
moonlighting.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, supposedly he has a job at a think tank or something. I don't know.
Yeah, at UT Austin, that has some interesting backers, to say the least.
I mean, I honestly don't know. I mean, he was. I kind of want to know exactly who are the people who are giving him his money, because this guy is absolutely a train wreck ideologically, and he can't seem to think straight about anything. It's embarrassing. That's so funny. That was similar to what was that my own spirit animal, Sam Bankman-Fried, who said that Shakespeare, the probability of Shakespeare being really good is very, very low, because the total number of English things written is concentrated in the 20th century. So if you randomly picked one, what's the probability that the best English, or one of the best English pieces of writing, would appear in the first 100 to 200 years of modern English's existence? And that's how we know that Shakespeare, the probability of him being good is very, very low. You take all of the works that were ever written in English and you form them into a normal distribution, then you construct your sigma error bars, and there you go. That's how you do it.
His house is built on top of the bell curve, just permanently. He's just got a bird's eye view of the entire IQ dispersal.
I'm sure you guys have spoken about James Lindsay's recent meltdown.
Oh yeah, that was the first thing we talked about. But please,
not at all. Jay, please fill us in. What was this meltdown?
I don't know. I still don't know. It's incomprehensible.
So you'll find out more on Orange Show this Friday, because that's exactly what he and I are talking about.
Oh, that
we decided to say, hey, let's skip Nick Land to shit on James Lindsay for an hour. And I said, yes, please.
Did you see what Nick Land himself replied to that?
Yes.
He was like, this seems like gobbledygook, but I guess it sounds fun. And I don't know why, if you've got Nick Land saying this is an incomprehensible mess, you know, I feel like that says all you need.
Yeah, I've read Meltdown, man.
The author of Fanged Numina thinks you could make this a little bit more clear.
I want Nick Land to issue a version of Meltdown with James Lindsay's face on the cover.
I like to imagine just Nick Land smoking meth, reading through it like, he has a point. He has a point.
He's
psychedelics,
evolved. This is the cybernetic superintelligence has been building into the form of James Lindsay.
The darkest of all futures.
Yeah,
when Nick
he
Land said
is
nothing
Rocco's basilisk to stare into the abyss of James Lindsay's, to doom yourself to eternity of info hazard perdition.
I am Zog. Kneel before me and tremble.
When Nick Land said nothing human survives the near future, James Lindsay is what he was talking about.
But he had this I think it was like a 95 tweet thread. And I used one of those like thread unrollers, right, where you can take a tweet thread and turn it into a PDF. And reading it is one contiguous thought. I've read through it like 4 times and I just keep laughing. It's like the most like schizophrenic. It's like if you or I, you know, made a joke about like schizo posting, you know, connecting things that don't make sense. And he's like, yep, I'm putting my name on it. That's how I think. These, you know, this micro cult of theosophists, right? They're the ones running the world. I don't know. Sorry, I know you guys have already talked about it, but it's really been the most amusing thing to happen on the internet in 2024.
Well, it certainly takes the cake from Richard Hanania. I'm going to go on here to get through these. Melon for $100 USA. Paladin YYZ is a GigaChad patron of our guys, and thanks for all you do, David. And your Meta Prime got me to meet more people IRL. I am grateful. Well, thank you. I think by the Meta Prime he means the basket weaving project, which is awesome. I'm actually really glad to see how successful basket weaving has gotten. It's gotten to the point where I haven't even been promoting it as much as I should have, and it seems to still be growing. So, you know, it's funny how different people take the torch and keep on watering this plant, and it keeps on growing. And what we just have to figure out is how we take this energy and organize it into more permanent, more solid fixtures, which is challenging in itself.
Well, I will say, one, I'd like to appreciate Melon as one of our most generous female viewers. But also, just as a anecdote, going back to what you said about basket weaving, I mean, this is not typical, but I got a job interview from the last guy I went basket weaving with, right? It turns out we knew some people in common. You know, I've been doing a lot of it recently, and just wanted to say that the caliber of people you will meet is astonishingly high. Really, it's the best of us are basket weaving.
Did I ever tell you about my first attempt to basket weave?
No, I don't think you have.
I met a certain presidential figure who shall not be named.
Oh, right. Okay. So much like the English language.
We had to work out the kinks, right?
Much like the English language, there are significant trails to this bell curve, but given enough time, you'll meet Shakespeare.
Yeah, of course. It's better odds than the monkey thing. Minoan for $100. Wow, no chat just wanted to contribute. Thanks so much. People are really coming in for the contributions right now. Requited has $15 and it says 07 Beaver. Burden, what is with the beaver thing? I feel like you're the person to ask about this trend.
It's actually it's a long story.
I like my version better.
Yeah. It is nothing like tawdry or untoward whatsoever. It goes back to, you know, those like engagement accounts on Twitter that just post cute animal videos. You've probably seen one or two of them, but there's one that goes around of a beaver in captivity building a dam. Even though this thing has never been among its kind, it still builds. And so obviously the implication was, we're children of winter. We don't understand how civilization works, but we'll build it. We'll make it happen. Also, there was a little bit of an anti-trans thing that somehow got, because it's like, okay, you are what you are. And then Cody Browning just got a hold of it and memed it into oblivion. And now I'm saddled with it. I can't get rid of them. Anywhere I go, they follow me.
Take a word of advice from someone who also has an animal that he can't get rid of. Just accept it and embrace it and enjoy it.
Oh, it's been years now. I can't get rid of it. At least a frog is not has no other connotation. I'll put it that way.
I raise you a baby goat.
I need to get into falconry.
Wow.
You're all theory selling. I'm practical. This is praxis.
Oh man, I feel closer to the earth in British Columbia. I'll say that. Even though my lawn here is astroturf, it's still very nice to see the pines again, and very grateful for that. Asteroidal Assassin for $3 USA. Would you rather be transported back to the 1400s or be a man from the 1400s transported to current year? You know the language and will be near civilization. You will also be in or close to Europe. Well, I mean, if you're transported back in time, I don't see how that wouldn't be a huge advantage to you if you're reasonably knowledgeable about history. And or if you had a reasonable ability to not just be a complete slave. Because the knowledge you have from being from the future is such a huge advantage. That being said, I at one point, before I started the channel, wrote sketches of a science fiction outline of a Swiss town from the 1400s that was brigadoon transported into modern Switzerland, and then immediately takes over the entire world because the people there are just they're just like these hyper Protestant Lutherans that just take over the entire world. Because they're just so agentic and vigorous, and we're so lazy and decadent. So I don't know. What do you think, guys?
Wasn't that the backstory of Zardos?
Well, I guess kind of, isn't it?
Without Sean Connery in a red diaper.
Yeah, without this Sean Connery red Speedo that made it famous.
So here's my thought. Are you familiar with this kind of border dispute between China and India? Where they fight with sticks and stones.
I haven't heard that particular one, but
the videos are great. It's literally that. It's this kind of like demilitarized border where they just fight with bats and clubs. And I've had exactly the thought of give me 100 Teutonic Knights and I could carve out my own nation state.
I will take Vancouver Island away from the tyrant Trudeau.
All I'm saying is you could give, a couple Mongol horse archers an AR-15 and really prove to be a major problem.
for sure. I mean, that kind of was what ISIS was to a certain extent. But yeah. Michael Latorno for $5 USA. Dave, you once told me that wokeness killed the atheist movement, but it was actually the final nail in the coffin. First, it was feminism. That I would have considered the elevator. So Dawkins' elevator gate. Then social justice. Then finally Islam, Muslim minorities. Wokeism was the cement over the grave. Well, but all of those things are wokeism. Do people remember elevator gate with that absolutely joyless looking woman, Rebecca Watson? She had borderline. I just think it's like a Chad move that like you're in an atheist conference and you get in an elevator and you're in the elevator with like this dog ugly woman who wears like resting bitch face like it's like it's a blazing sidearm. And she's staring at you and you're drunk and horny enough to go like, oh, hey, you want to come up to my hotel and sleep with me? and in that one move, you destroy your entire atheist movement. I think that's a moment in history that will go down in infamy. No comment on Rebecca Watson or Elevator Gate. I guess you guys weren't atheists. I wasn't an atheist either, but I was hugely involved in the atheist debates on the Christian side when Elevator Gate happened. And I remember that. And I said, I think something's about to change. And indeed it did.
Yeah, lefties being sex pests? Color me shocked.
Yeah. The Tim Walz effect.
It was a few years later then we get the whole Epstein Island. Who was it? Who was that physicist who had to go away because he got nabbed too? He was
Ray Kurzweil. Was it Ray Kurzweil?
No, was it Kurzweil or there was the other guy? It started with a K as well.
I'm not too sure with respects to K's. I know that Dawkins was implicated, as was Pinker.
Right. Yeah. There was another guy who was on Rogan quite a bit, and he was kind of a rising star. He was a kind of a Neil deGrasse Tyson orbiter, and then him and his wife got accused for doing naughty stuff on a cruise, and he had to go away. Yeah. I mean, I was by that time I was already shifting. I was still very much an atheist and from that new atheist school, but I was always much more of a Hitchens guy. Everyone else to me seemed kind of weird and cringe. And so I wasn't like overly shocked when Dawkins finally got pwned because he kind of deserved it a little bit. And not necessarily being falsely accused of anything if that's what it was, but like he was always a kind of an insufferable little bastard. So,
well, I mean, it was in the Elevator Gate, it was somebody else, and Dawkins defended
Lawrence Krauss. Sorry, that's the name. Sorry,
Lawrence Krauss. Yeah, that's it. Okay. Elevator Gate was some other atheist rando asking out Rebecca Watson in this elevator, and it was hilarious. But I'm making too much of that. But let's go on. Dread Knight for $25 just wanted to contribute. Thank you very much. Kate J, friend from the East Coast, who definitely a person I know. IRL. Hi, Dave. Good to see you. It's infuriating and disturbing to see our government willingly let our fellow countrymen die. But bitter white pill is that we have the opportunity to build superior institutions and build a stronger community and support networks among ourselves. My heart goes out to those in the South who are suffering. Well, that's great. Thank you, Kate.
Dave, I'm actually very glad to hear that Kate J is a real person. Because anytime you see a woman connected to our circles, my first thought is always, one, are you real? Not in just in the sense that like that's a rare thing. So I'm glad to hear that's a real person because I've interacted with that account a few times and always in the back of my mind I'm like, are you sitting in Langley? Yeah.
Where's the sniper?
I can confirm that KJ is a real person. So there we go. Awesome. See, this is how the internet humanizes people. The nature is healing from the damage of social media.
Can I also just interject here saying that I'm getting a little annoyed that IRL meetups is now becoming the new currency, considering I live in like freaking whoop nowhere land, Australia. So I'm gonna have to figure out how to do a North American tour next year just to up my bona fides, I think.
Well, this is the Jay Burden certified community tool, which is just harassing your chat. So just either making fun of them for not being real or a woman. It's how you get donations, I think.
Shame them into donating. That's a brilliant tactic, Jay.
Sorry, Dave, I spoke over you.
No, it's fine. I'm just trying to keep the stream going because we're doing very well on donations. We are. I'll calculate it. It's getting up there in terms of the amount that I have. I'll calculate it later. Anyway, Asteroidal Assassin says, would you rather be transported back to hunter and gatherer times or be a man from hunter and gatherer times transported to 2024? That's a similar question.
I'm going right back to those hunter-gatherer days. I want to hunt a mammoth.
Yeah, not to mention with any knowledge of technology, you'd basically be king with the attendant benefits of being king that hunter and gatherer societies afford. The only thing is, like, are you fit enough to survive in conditions that would be very, very hard, right? Which is that's a non-trivial requirement when you go back in time that far.
That's a fair point.
Anyway, Jim O for $50 USA. Hey, Aaron, thanks for pushing the WF agenda of regionalism. Well, Aaron's left. Yeah, that was the James Lindsay thing. The plan of the World Economic Forum is to install regionalism. First, it's globalism. That's the first move of the Hegelian dialectic. Then it's regionalism. Then it comes together and gets to be distributism. And that's
it's kind of amazing.
The completion of the Hegelian dialectic will cause the elites to be unassailable.
I think Q is more likely to be true.
Yeah, I know.
Well, it's kind of amazing how many religious groups secretly control the world, except for one. Yeah. That's all I will say.
We're ruled by a variety of non-Hebrew religious groups who have nefarious plans.
Have we considered that maybe the Black Hebrew Israelites are right and Yakub has been pulling the strings? That seems to be roughly as plausible.
That actually sounds.
Another look at Hollow Earth.
I think that this is gonna transform into the new reigning ideology, which will be anti-Gentilism. That is the Hegelian synthesis. Regionalism plus globalism will synthesize into anti-Gentilism, which will be like anti-Semitism, but polar inverted, uno reverso flipped.
Balkanization of the term Judeo-Christian. It's something just a splinter group.
Fidel Cash Flow. God bless you guys for setting this up this charity stream. Well, thank you very much, Fidel Cash Flow. Son of Hastur, the King in Yellow, for $20 says, for the Old Glory Club and the new Ivy League. Thanks for doing this, Dave. Well, thanks so much. I believe the new Ivy League is the chapter of the Old Glory Club that is in the New England area, I believe.
Yeah, Son of Hastur is the president of that chapter.
Yeah, great guy.
Yeah, no, I've met him, I believe, several times. I'm trying to put it. The problem here with online stuff is you shake people's hands at events, and then you have to cross-reference them to their online personas. I need a chart for that, like written in uncopyable, non-digital paper.
We should do a game of Guess Who, but you're trying to put profile pictures to faces that you remember.
Okay. Yeah, speaking of board games, okay, I can't be the only millennial who's ever done this. When you were in college, there was this game that you play when you're drinking. So you have to successfully take drinks. And it's Guess Who, but you could only, first of all, you have to take a drink every so often. I can't remember exactly what triggers that. I think every time you push a thing down, you have to take a drink, right? But the Guess Who game it's like Guess Who, and it's played with the same pieces, but you can't list any of the superficial appearances of the people who you're doing Guess Who on. So we have to do it completely with stereotypes. And it's incredibly easy to do, even though it seemed like it would be impossible. Did anyone else play this game, or is this just like in my college experience?
I kind of remember a variation of this, but my friends and I kind of just resulted in quoting movie quotes, like famously Samuel L. Jackson's line from Pulp Fiction, "Does he look like a bitch?"
No, yeah, but I have an exact number. Like it's lines like that, just like there was one game that resolved where someone said like, is your character Susan Sontag? And they magically arrived on the character in the game that looked like Susan Sontag. So it's a deep cut. But thank you so much, Son of Hastur, and it was great to meet you. Another verified real person. Joseph Yeager for $25 USA. Good of you for setting up this stream. Hope this helps. Well, every penny does count. Although I think Entropy is going to be taking a little bit of the proceeds here. Just to put this on, well, I probably should maximize this. So we're just over 3K right now if I'm doing the deduction that Entropy takes properly. So let's keep that. That number is really good. I'm really proud of that. We're raising funds. Anyway. let's get back to super chats. Anyone have any news items they want to discuss while we're going through these things? We've kind of beaten the James Lindsay thing to death, but
I'm just looking through my Twitter feed. There's some sort of report going on that Israel struck a Russian airbase in Syria, but I'm not seeing if that's actually confirmed or just rumor mongering.
Yeah, I think when we talk about your boomer adoption plan, this Israel thing is going to be a major stumbling block. I have a bunch of boomers that are very sympathetic to things that I talk about here, but they're all convinced that the key to everything, the number one priority, has to be saving Israel.
The rot of dispensationalism runs deep.
I can't believe it. I can't believe it.
I mean, on a lesser level, I've been able to win over some because I took a hard stance that hasn't really been changing with the start of the Ukraine-Russia war, where I said, Russia's going to win this. The win conditions for Ukraine are mashugana. There's just no way of doing it. And I detailed a lot of things early on, and I got into a almost violent altercation with a boomer in my own house, in my own kitchen. Not that I started it; I just kept kind of presenting facts, and he got so angry that I thought it was actually going to get violent there for a second. And that slowly shifted and changed more into my direction, where I don't expect to ever get an apology or a "you're right," but conversations have changed. So it can happen. But I mean, that's Ukraine, Russia. That's relatively new. The Israeli lobby mentality, that's pretty firmly wedged. Like that one might be taken to a grave.
I think another mental hurdle that is particularly difficult when talking to boomer Americans is the context of the last 25 years of the war on terror and engagements in the Middle East. And like the conservative line has been like Muslim bad for so long. Is like another hurdle you have to jump over in the context of post 9/11.
Well, I just want to say, as I think the one person on this stream of draftable age, I am a newly but extremely devout Quaker, and so cannot be forced to bear arms. Despite the fact that I own guns, it is a violation of my religious principles.
Are you churning butter right now, Jay? Is that what I'm hearing in the background?
I think so. I might be making furniture. I don't really know very much about Quakers, but I intend to learn quite a bit.
I always wondered why Anabaptists generally were makers of furniture. And then my brother, out of nowhere, he said, well, it's obviously because Jesus was a carpenter. And I had of course, that's why that's why this is such a consistent tradition throughout Amish, Quakers, Shakers, and various other Anabaptist sects. But I can't believe it didn't occur to me then.
Well, I don't have any news, but I am going to have to bow out for tonight. My wagey self must return to the government cage tomorrow morning. But may everyone continue to donate to these services. Your funds will be going to people who actually need it and who are doing actual relief efforts, because God knows this government won't do anything. Thanks again, Dave, for taking time out of your schedule to host this. We're very grateful for that. And if you want to, and my offer, as I mentioned when I wrote this essay earlier today, is open. If you want to know about grant funding, if you want to know how to get cash for your small towns in these disaster affected areas, my DMs, my email, Substack open messages, those are open. I already have a call scheduled with a town that has, been affected by this stuff tomorrow. So highly recommend that you guys do what you can and continue to donate. As for everyone else, I bid you all a good evening.
Thank you, Prude.
Thanks, Traditionalist.
Good to see you, Prude.
Seeing you.
Night, Prude. Be well.
Dave, I likewise will have to be getting off for the same reasons. But I just wanted to say to you, Red Hawk, thank you so much for putting this on, for raising this money. Red Hawk, thank you for trying to mobilize some volunteers to get down to North Carolina and help out. That's exactly what these people need right now, because a lot of them just feel like they're abandoned and no one cares. And this is exactly like what we need to be doing. And your efforts are very much well appreciated.
Yeah, I cannot take sole credit. I always find it strange as a president that I'm the people that everyone like points to as like, oh, thank you for doing all the work for the OGC to do all the stuff. But the whole organization is to thank for this. Everyone doing all the groundwork, actually going down and doing the grunt work come this weekend, people organizing the stream together. So it was a joint effort by the whole OGC team. But thank you for coming on.
Of course. Yeah. And Chad, thank you so much for your donations.
Thanks. And don't worry about staying on or going or leaving, guys. I'm a professional at this. I can gab by myself for the remainder of the time that it takes to clear out the entropy chats. So, although I am very happy to get a chance to talk to Jay Burden, because it feels like, it's like these things. It's like, you listen to every one person, like Prude too. It's like I listen to every one of their podcasts, and they listen to most of my podcasts, and you feel like you've talked to them, but you actually haven't talked to them. So,
I think, Dave, you have one of the worst ratios of internet sort of like mediated conversation of reacting to the other person's work to actual face-to-face conversations. Like I think we're at like maybe 5. Despite both of us listening to each other's work. So I always welcome the chance to speak with you.
No, it's great. It's great. And I think that, we're sort of, I think everyone's kind of participating in the same dialectic. My wife pointed out to me, because she periodically reads my stuff, that way too much of my recent Substack posts have been directed against kind of the Richard Hanania type Silicon Valley's failed attempt to turn right type people, but they felt like the most relevant antagonistic party for the last 3 months. But I feel like that section of the online space has kind of shot its wad. I don't think that sorry, that was crude. I apologize, but I don't think that's going anywhere. And I think that they kind of said everything that they can say, and there's something more interesting in that sector.
Well, and I think that we've seen that from multiple spheres, right? Like I don't mean to keep bringing this back up, but the remnants of the IDW have really fully burnt out. James Lindsay is one of the few to have at least some level of relevance, and I mean even he is kind of done. It doesn't seem to be anything kind of iterative there, and maybe this is tooting our own horn because we're still within a relatively small corner of the internet, but it does seem like, there's enough new happening to kind of keep, an active online community. One of the things that I think about a lot, right, is that there's kind of, and I say this as someone who's not at all on the top of this, but there's kind of a tier list of originality, right, where you have guys that are genuinely producing new content, writing books, things like that. And then you have kind of a few steps down, like the disseminators, the people who popularize and synthesize certain ideas. And I think that by virtue of having a deep bench, so to speak, we're able to keep things fresh. Every once in a while there'll be kind of a lull. Like right before the election kicked off, it seemed like there was really nothing new to say. Everything just sucked, and there wasn't anything else to talk about. But I think that we have enough people kind of poking in different directions that it doesn't seem like things are getting stale. I could be wrong though.
No, that's my sense too. I mean, the thing is that I feel it's a very target rich environment. I mean, there's so many things that I want to talk about. I'll say that, like, my backlog of essays is enormous. And because I think we've just hit a very, very rich vein of old ideas that haven't really been embodied or revivified in a very long time. Like, I just finished rereading Goethe's Faust, and I feel like, the ideas kind of contained within there or alluded to in there are just generative, and you could write entire novels or commentary on building from that larger setup. But let me read the super chats first. Jay Ford for $10, no message. Well, thank you very much. Aspiring Misanthrope for $20. I sit on the outer edge of a circle of the great minds of the age, and I'm honored to contribute to the fund. Health and peace to you all. Pete, I'm working my way through the Coup d'etat series. Aaron, please sign my book at the OGC 25. Dave, be safe in the wild north. As the Beaver King says, the light can't last forever. Are you the Beaver King, Mr.
I think so.
Mr. Bird?
Although maybe Red Hawk deserves that more than I do.
In a sense, yes.
I got that reference.
So, Dave, I actually want to get back to what you were saying.
Yeah.
And I promise this is my last Lindsay reference of the night. But he has this kind of bizarre conception. It's basically warmed over horseshoe theory, right? Where, all good and proper people think what, most American people thought between the years of roughly 1950 and 2000, right? That is the kind of center of all human thought. And anything outside of that is woke, right? There's this hilarious infographic I always post from, his community. And it's a political spectrum, right to left, the enlightened centrist in the middle. And on the right side is Stalin, is Hitler. Then it's, the American Constitution, our current form of government, Europe, just Europe. Joseph Stalin. And on the far left is ancient Egypt, right? Which is somehow the epitome of left-wing thought, which I find incredibly funny. But to go back to your point,
we want pain.
Yeah.
All roads lead to the Black Hebrew Israelites.
Yeah, exactly.
But the point being,
now that's making sense.
But the point being, right? All form of thought outside of this very kind of narrow, kind of constricted band is woke, right?
Yeah.
And the advantage is we're playing the opposite end of that. We have literally the entire scope of, human thought.
Yeah,
right?
and before Goethe, there was Ibn Khaldun, right? Which is
exactly.
like another dimension of it. Like that's a whole an era of thought that's right there. That's very much in line with the directions that we're thinking.
Well, and so my point being, right, is that the things we're talking about are not innovative. They're not new. You and I didn't come up with these ideas. We're essentially re-indexing with the entire, what would have been called like the Great Conversation, right? The entire kind of through line of human thought writ large. And so from a certain perspective, you're playing from a stacked deck, right? You have the entire corpus of human civilization. And, you're playing against a guy who's like, well, I thought Fresh Prince was a pretty good show. Or Star Wars, that's important. It's not exactly a hard hand to play.
Yeah, and this is one thing about the new secular right and the Silicon Valley right that's kind of been emerging in the last year, is that they're very much a contraction of the ideas space. They will toy with ideas that are culturally unacceptable to the ruling class, but they'll never take a hard stance on an idea that will be offensive to our ruling class. So if we're talking about the sort of lolcow characters we've been talking about tonight, was it the James Lindsays, the Richard Hananias? I believe there's a third person, but I'm blanking on who he was. But say something for like they're both kind of like the polar opposites of each other. They're both signaling the opposite thing, in the sense that Richard Hanania is trying to undermine the concept of classic America and equality and things that appeal to boomers, while maintaining sort of the Silicon Valley perspective and reconciling it to the right. And James Lindsay's kind of going in the opposite direction. And he appeals to boomers and he dips into conspiracy theories liberally, and but they'll never take a stance on something like, they'll never say something like homosexuality is wrong. The same thing with the Simone and Malcolm Collins too, and like any kind of moralistic stance against the ruling class will never really be embraced, and because of that, they're just cut off from all of these avenues of thought, because they literally want to block out a huge amount of how humans have historically thought about issues.
I find it always funny when the people on our side try to lump Yarvin in with that group, and I can understand to a certain extent why, because you're popularized to a point, and then all of a sudden you're not, and there's been further distinctions made. But one of the things Yarvin said to me personally when I was talking about our show is that he's not going to be satisfied until the entire regime is torn down. And I believe him that whether you like him or hate him or think he's a friend or a fed or whatever you have you with Yarvin, I honestly do think he's taking hardline stances that people like Lindsay could never take.
Yeah,
like
he is.
Lindsay will go chasing windmills, but Yarvin will burn that windmill down. So I think there's something to be said about intent and attention in there as well.
Yeah, Yarvin just has, I think he's just he obviously has posted his fair share of coal, but there's just such a generative background to his thought, and him during his height, essentially his classic career at unqualified reservations, and then the first year of Gray Mirror before it kind of fell off at the deep end. That is such a contribution right there in terms of synthesizing a variety of older ideas and analogizing them to things in the present, that it's going to be very, very hard to overcome Yarvin's shadow. And like I said, I'm all for getting past Curtis Yarvin. I'm just not for forgetting what we've all learned from him, because most of the things we've learned from Curtis Yarvin, we're actually learning from just classic political theory of the Machiavellian or Aristotelian school. So,
I think Patchwork's coming online now too in a lot of places in the world, so that's going to be very interesting.
Yeah, well, we'll see. But Patchwork is going to be something like the Old Glory Club. There's going to be a lot of abortive attempts, and then one's finally going to kind of stick, right? But we have to be just be cautious about always be prepared for the fact that a good idea might be a little too early,
Well, the thing is, Patchwork is secretly the work of a global cabal to get us all into a unified block by breaking us up through the Hegelian synthesis. I believe that's how that works.
Well, the Hegelian synthesis needs to read super chats. Alpha Templar for $100 says, "I hope Appalachia rises again." Michael McGurk says, I think that's a reference to Home Movies, the best show on Adult Swim when I was coming up. "Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou amongst women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners now and at the hour of our death. Amen." Amen. Thank you, Michael. But right now, Lindsay is having a apoplectic fit, so you've done nothing to help that.
With that, I'm gonna bow out, gentlemen.
All right, cool. Have a good day.
Thank you very much for hosting, Dave.
Thanks. Yeah, absolutely. It's great.
See you, Red Hawk.
Yeah,
have a good one, gentlemen.
Yeah, I always forget that it's much, much later on the East Coast than it is here. And so I imagine I'm going to be losing all of my East Coast guys really soon. I'm going to be losing my voice because it's been almost 4 hours, hasn't it? I have a Diet Coke. I don't regularly drink pop. I've even started calling it pop. I think we're in the pop belt here in British Columbia, not in the soda region. Anyway, I hope Appalachia writes again. Okay, Nunya Business or $20 says, "Trump has a pro-IVF platform. If I remember right, also the new right aren't reactionary, and the scripture is getting tiresome. The new right is postmodern. The dialectical purpose of the idea of fake news and the swamp is to challenge and deconstruct power dynamics and the myths of the rule by good faith rulers." Well, yeah, I think that is what the right wing is. The right wing is a response to the fall of modernism. Modernism is a failed perspective on the world, and so necessarily whatever else comes after it must be postmodern or super modern or whatever. And I think that the new right, the dissident right or whatever, is the only people who are really taking that problem seriously and not kind of trying to retreat back to a mode of nostalgia. Anyway, let's keep on going. Okay, Corbin Ransley for $20. "More wood for the dam. Beaver, respect to 07. Okay.
See, I told you if we got the Beaver gang, they would show up and provide generously. So I'm glad.
Excellent. Well, the Beaver cavalry have arrived, Jay Burden. Asteroidal assassin for $10. Something mildly amusing. Back in 2008, when the Muslim community was enamored of Obama, my dad, a black man, was the only one who saw him as just another politician, and people got mad at him for it. I remember having Obama fever. That was probably the height of my progressivism. I can't believe I fell for it. It seems so stupid. It's like he literally was the Neil deGrasse Tyson of politicians. And everyone just kind of showed it. Everyone just like went all in. Like, yeah, absolutely. This guy's
that's
the new
the
Messiah.
most perfect description I've ever heard in my entire life. Sorry, Dave, go ahead, but that's brilliant.
No, but he's like Neil deGrasse. It's like, don't you know, guys? We gotta do the democracy better. That's not the way that we learn. Gee shucks, dudes. I'm black president. Here you go. I'm all folky, but I'm also have African American credentials. Like I'm the dream of Martin Luther King made manifest. Vote for me. I have no idea. I have no idea how I fell for that, because I had read all of the stuff. Like when I voted for Obama, when I went back to progressivism, I had already read Sam Francis. I was already aware of American Renaissance. I had already read Charles Murray. I was a big Steven Pinker fan. I already had read not all the classic. I was already well versed in classic philosophy. But then like this kind of like complete like cartoon character shows up, and I my entire life stops, and I just, it's like they just flipped the switch in my brain as a white progressive, and I just went along with the herd for some reason and believed this guy was the Messiah.
I voted for Trudeau famously, and what my actual sort of disenfranchisement when the left me at that moment was when Bill C-16 happened, and I was like, oh shoot, he is.
Was that the transgender one?
Yeah, and the pronouns thing where he's
the pronouns thing. Oh yeah,
it's hate speech to not use pronouns. That was the Jordan Peterson moment, right?
Oh yeah.
That's what radicalized me in Canadian politics, at least.
So I think this speaks to the different places you and I are from, Dave, because my primary memory of the Obama years is the most insane theatrics from like evangelical preachers and, like local conservatives, all of the like Obama is the Antichrist, Obama Hussein, Barack Hussein Obama, he's a secret Kenyan Muslim.
Hillary Clinton was going on that one too. There were a lot of Hillary Clinton supporters in blue states that were calling him Barack Hussein Obama.
It was quite the time. I have a very distinct memory of a Vietnam vet named Barry, who, it was just a very odd situation. I went dove hunting, which if you've never experienced, dove hunting is basically just sitting in a field with a bunch of old guys. And this kind of like Dale Gribble-esque Vietnam vet was telling me both extremely graphic stories about killing people in Vietnam interspersed with conspiracy theories about how Obama was like a secret African plant. And I was probably 8 or 9 at the time, sitting there with a shotgun, and I was like, you know what? I mean, he is an adult, so I guess he's got to be right about this.
Well, wasn't one of Barack's mentors one of the Weathermen group? That's
no, it was Bill Ayers. Yeah, Bill Ayers.
Right,
he's a well-known guy, right? I mean, Angela Davis is a well-known academic as well. I mean, all of these people were rehabilitated. It's amazing when you think about how there was this huge terror, like the literal terrorists from the left-wing terrorism surge in the 60s and 70s all got rehabilitated in modern academy. And then the American middle class decided to mortgage their own futures to have their children be educated by them. It's amazing when you think about this. I mean, I never liked that Bill Ayers line of attack because it was transparently stupid. Because anybody who, like me, grew up in a university town knew that there's like any number of Bill Ayers types people in any major university in this country. And maybe they're not as prominent as Bill Ayers was in the Weather Underground, but every one of college has some of these burnt out ex-radicals from the 60s who were obviously involved with some pretty deep and crazy shit in the 60s and 70s, half the Democratic Party in California was involved with Jim Jones. That's part of the Darryl Cooper talk that apparently everyone doesn't remember. I mean, it's absolutely the case. I mean, that's why flashing back to my 2008 self, that's why it felt so like those objections felt so hollow, because I'm like, what country do you think you're living in? Isn't everyone educated by ex-60s radicals who have, vague connections to terrorist plots? And that's just, welcome to America. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, officer. I thought this was America. I thought we were all educated by ex-hippie radicals. Anyway, laughing at my own jokes, so I will keep on going.
No, it's a good one. I'm just thinking there's a timeline check. The Shaft remake with Samuel L. Jones just was made in 2019, which is a slight predate to BLM. Just saying. I think it's all these things.
Samuel L. Jackson's Shaft was in 1999, I thought, wasn't it?
Was it 1999? Maybe I got it wrong. Maybe I'm just saying. I think as you're saying, like these people were redeemed. It's almost like the Black Panther movement. Shaft was redeemed to give us BLM. It's all mind plants, man. It's all connected, Dave. It's all connected, and all these redemption arcs are coming together.
The fire alarm is really getting me, guys. Anyway, let's keep on going. There's lots of super chats. Guys, I don't make it, so don't let me keep you. I'll say this. I can easily hold down the live stream for it myself if you're tired because you're on the East Coast.
I know I work trying to get rid of me, Dave.
No, I'm not trying to get rid of you. I appreciate the fire alarms going off and the references to Shaft with inaccurate by 20 years.
I'm just doing a quick Wikipedia search, and so that was 2009. It says 2019.
No, Shaft.
But you're right. 1989 sounds much more readable.
No, it's 1999. Shaft, Samuel L. Jackson. Okay, we have to clear this up. Shaft. It was 2000. It was 2000. So it was before. It was right on the dot 2000. I remember it because it was. It featured like this rich white kid like Klan murdering all these black people. I remember thinking like, and then it tried to be real. It tried to like go back to being Quentin Tarantino realistic. And I had just seen From Dusk Till Dawn, where like it starts as true crime and then it becomes vampires. And I thought like that transition from where you go from real crime to the rich white Beverly Hills guy being a Klansman is less realistic than popping into a Mexican drug bar and having them all be vampires. Like it's a similar transition here.
So this is actually, and I'm sort of ruining the surprise here, but this is the exact reason that I picked one of my favorite horror movies ever, The Purge election year, for my spot on Last Thing's picture show, because of course, it is about Hillary Clinton being chased by deplorables with like axes and saws and stuff. But
okay, well now suddenly that's my favorite film of all time. Now
it's great. The big like climactic fight at the end. The Bloods, the Crips, and Hillary Clinton fight the Klan and then take over America back from these like Mr. Burns-esque white, like murderers. And it's hilarious because, of course, just the concept's great. But the movie is played just a few notches too serious to make it the comedy it should be. But it's pure wish fulfillment. You know that the writer is just like sitting there just like so just completely into
welcome to the author's barely disguised fetish.
Yeah, exactly. It's literally that.
Yeah, I am doing two movies. I'm doing Scott Pilgrim versus the World and Kick-Ass, which I always remember because I accidentally found myself into a Hollywood party talking to several of the people that worked on the films and inadvertently bashing them and not realizing that I was talking to the people who had largely contributed to making them.
I worked in a bar in Toronto that one of his biggest names of fame was it was used in the production of Scott Pilgrim versus the World.
God, I hate those movies so much.
Okay, open
Both
question.
those movies, yeah.
Which ruined more women? Scott Pilgrim versus the World or Sex in the City?
Well, it's different generations. Sex in the City
hands down.
Sex in the City definitely was more women, but it's a different age cohort. Carrie Bradshaw was targeted at boomer women and Gen X women. Very few millennial women were largely influenced by Carrie Bradshaw or took her very seriously. She came out too early. Rebecca Flowers was a younger millennial model for women that they took very seriously. And yeah, I will definitely be talking about that. But I need to get
Sex in the City made. Sorry, one last thing.
Yeah.
Sex in the City made being a bartender in that time period really insufferable because it brought back the martini craze, and suddenly every single every single place you worked at had like a 5-page martini list, and as someone who had to make them, which is like lychee martinis will still haunt me to my grave. Just the smell of it.
So this is somewhat related, and this is going to be my last statement for the night, so I'm going to make it a doozy. But I was kind of thinking about this when we were talking about going back in time, right, with your current knowledge. And can you think of few things that have been more damaging to society than curing STDs? Right? Because we literally have this like hard limiter put on the wild stuff you can get up to. It's like, yeah, sure. You can fuck around, but you will get AIDS and die.
Yeah, we medical science works hard to cure STDs, and then gay men work hard to uncure them by whatever means necessary. It's like nature is finding a way to heal. They literally create environments designed to incubate new sexually transmitted diseases in the most vile ways imaginable.
Anyway, gents, it is almost 1 a.m. here. This is my 5th recording of the day, and I am completely destroyed. I need to go to bed before I say something stupid. But it was good to see you, Dave. Good to see you, Jason.
Hopefully, yeah, I will be able to wrap this up by 10 p.m. Good night, Jay Burden, and I hope to talk to you later.
All right, see y'all.
All right, see ya. I mean, we're doing pretty well for the donations here, but I need to get reading to super chats. And
you do your thing. You just tap me on the shoulder if you want a commentary.
Okay, great. Poison King says 07. That's a Jay Burden comment for $15. Novum for $5 said, "There's that pesky Catholic guilt again, Dave. Jokes aside, this stream is great. Good seeing everyone together once again." Well, thank you very much, Novum. Asteroid Assassin again for $3. I just realized that this hurricane and Iran bombing Israel kind of screwed over that region even more. America prioritizes Israel infinitely more than North Carolina. Yeah, and it doesn't really do, that's the problem, doesn't do Jews any good. I mean, that's one thing, is that the political machinations of people to get ahead ultimately end up hurting themselves in the long term. That's, I'm not supposed to believe in sort of punishment for sin in this world, but part of me does kind of believe in that. Maybe I've adopted it from Judaism. Maybe this is part of my Judeo-Christian faith. And you can see these attempts to short circuit good judgment eventually coming back and haunting Israel. It's going to be their eventual undoing. It's really tragic. Isaac Simpson is 100% right about this. God save us from ourselves. And that's not a problem exclusive to Israelis. This is a problem common to all people of humanity, unfortunately. Chase for $25 for those in need. Well, thank you very much. Sergeant Hodel. $25. Joker 2 seems to be like a huge failure. Heard that the director wanted to own the chuds, so he made Joker lame. I was wondering, would making a true violent crime uber chud Joker movie be acceptable in modern times? Can a villain like Joker be a lead character anymore? Well, no. I mean, I think that's what we learned about Joker. Joker was a paint by numbers remake of Taxi Driver and The King of Comedy. It even starred the same actress in it. And this almost identical movie was almost canceled before it even hit the theaters because the message of young men lashing out on this way was totally unacceptable to our ruling class. Do you have any thoughts, Jason?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you that the first movie, well, I quite enjoyed it, but I didn't understand the fuss everyone was making about it. But then again, I remember people making a big fuss about Milo Yiannopoulos, and I remember reading the book Dangerous, and I was like, this is just middle of the road conservatism. I don't know why are you freaking out. Like this is Pat Buchanan would make you melt down if this is your thing. I think it was just sort of peak. Well, I think that was almost a jumping in the shark moment or thereabouts. And I'm not saying that Joker itself was the jump the shark, but I feel like it was right around that time when people kind of had enough, because Joker was quite well made, and as a movie, it's fine. It's a fine movie. I don't think it was overly politically the political messaging on there was not as egregious as other ones out there, and I think people went and watched it and said, this is ridiculous to get this upset about. And I feel almost that woke power kind of ebbed out around that time. It was around the same time, I think, that Captain Marvel was being touted as this big, giant, progressive Wunderkind thing. And then we find out that Disney was kind of jacking up the numbers and pretending that they were sold out theaters all over the country when that wasn't true. So,
yeah. No, that's a good point. I mean, I just don't have any interest in these movies anymore. My sister-in-law does, though, so maybe I'll ask her about it. Novum for $15 USA says open source game engine Godot was revealed on X, unsurprisingly, to be controlled by the woke. Well, I mean, of course it is. It's open source software. Now Redot emerges, a copy said to be based and stick to the original goal of Godot. Will Redot take the reins and become even better than the Godot, or succumb to the same woke virus? Stay tuned to find out. Well, I mean, this is the problem. I don't know if you're in software, but the problem is all of the support roles in the tech community they're all people who come from this Bay Area woke culture. So the idea of creating a software foundation that's not woke, either open source or corporate, is really hard. I use Brave, the browser, and it was famously started by Mozilla co-founder, blanking on the name, who, after he got canceled for supporting gay marriage, made his own better browser called Brave, and I became an earlier supporter of it. But then I log on to the Brave corporate website. I go to their team page, and he's got 3 programmers who are all Asian and lanky European dudes. And then all of his support admin staff all have purple hair. All of them.
I just started using Brave again recently as an alt browser. It's good. I mean, what are we saying about Brave? That Brave is compromised, or?
Well, what I'm saying is that the founder of Mozilla, he's a Christian who got fired from his own. I'm blanking on his name. It's late, but he got fired from his own foundation for donating to an anti-gay marriage cause. He creates a new company and then rehires all his non-programming staff, all transparently histrionic progressive women.
Oh well, yeah. How's that business doing now?
Well, it's fine, but the thing is that he essentially gave money back. I'm sure that he all knows them personally, and they're probably progressive, but they have enough boundary issues and they're sane enough not to overturn the apple cart. But it just shows you that once things get big enough, people hire inside their little network, and it eventually brings the same group of sociopaths in.
I don't want to take you too far off the super chats, but have you been following this whole Concord, Dustborn? What's the other one? Flintlock, I think, or these are games that came out that are potentially crushing. Dustborn is a complete.
I've seen jokes based on Dustborn, which I thought seemed hilarious. You
I played a bit of it.
You can cancel people in the game.
Yeah. Part of your special power is like there's one part of it that I didn't play much past it, but your whole thing is to gaslight people into hating this girl who's just pointing out that like things are that this little commune community that's now turned to selling opium to the government to make money, that's wrong, and yet you like totally mentally destroy her in the game. This is your hero character that you're playing, by the way. Yeah.
Oh,
it's hard to
good Lord.
describe because I'm describing. You're like, no, that can't be true. I'm like, no, it's 100% accurate. I played it. It's available on my channel.
Well, see, this is what I don't play video games, but it's good to know that people are still carrying on the legacy. Dave and friends, thanks for putting on these streams. As a man with a lot of family in the military, what are the possibilities that we will go to war over the next decade or so? Well, I tend to think it's low, but what do you think, Jason? You're the one who's big on the prognostications front.
The thing to check out is Gundo. Gundo is a big piece of all this. Gundo is an area in Southern California. It's
Segundo.
Segundo, yeah. But
Segundo
there's a movement.
Is the area.
So there's a movement called Gundo that came out of that, and they're all programmers who are deep into like drone technology, and it's called American Revitalism. Again, this is a Matt Erickson territory, so I don't want to step on his shoes a bit too much, but he's the one who brought this to me. And this is all like Thiel Network, this is PayPal Network associations, and they're essentially just said, well, you know what, the future of the American empire and the future of the American culture will come at least part through military, and they're just like private equitying this whole military funds. Now, when you start combining that with Carlyle Group and other maneuverings, that gets really, really interesting. And then you get guys like Eric Prince doing certain signaling and all that kind of thing. I don't think
that's all very much our guys. Like Gundo and Eric Prince are all. I wouldn't say that they're aligned, but they're very close to our guys.
Yes. Yeah, that's
strong hopeful.
Indicator.
That's hopeful for sure, right?
Well, not if you don't want to go to war.
Yeah.
I don't think you're going to see. I think the wars of the 20th century are over. I think what we're seeing in Russia, Ukraine, even though that's fairly more standard of a military engagement, I think that might be one of the last ones. I think you're going to start seeing much more, almost like guerrilla surgery kind of military operations, and less of like full out civilization versus civilization kind of wars, at least for the next, I don't know, 20-30 years. Who knows after that? But I just don't think we have the population to expend on it anymore.
Oh no one does. That's the thing. Modern populations are really unfit. So I pray that we don't have a war in the future, largely for my son, which scares the hell out of me as a parent. And it's really dark. So Ben White for $3 says, my priest gave a homily this weekend regarding the current political situation, in particular abortion. Some people, especially young women, got offended and walked out of mass. Are young women doomed? Well, this has been an ongoing thing that, in particular, the Substacker Aaron Wren has talked about, which is the fact that it appears, superficially at least, that American Christianity is almost entirely becoming a phenomenon of young men. And women have almost altogether abandoned church going. I mean, it's amazing because in the 20th century, church going was predominantly a female thing. It was restricted to mostly a female audience. Any thoughts? I will keep on going. Actually, it's good that we don't have thoughts, because then I will. I'm running out of energy and running out of voice, Ben White, but I might comment on that more in the future. Alpha Tempar for $5. I've had to explain to me by rather wealthy people that Trump is being placed into a position like Hindenburg or Umberto II. Wiser voices have even described him as a Hirohito figure for the real power coming in. Yeah, I mean, if Trump is signaling of Silicon Valley's dissatisfaction with the Democratic Party, That might be interesting. The problem is, in order for that to be relevant to us politically, we would need to know the actors involved and where they stand and how they can influence us. If this is all just machinations of power structures that we can not take any meaningful action to influence, then it's very, very hard for me to know how political conversations describing this actually benefit our cause in a meaningful way or go forward to aiding our understanding of our own world. All right, Soul Gamut for $100. Good cause, thanks for organizing. Well, thank you very much. Raised X Robots for $100. For a good cause, hello from the Palace Flop House. The Palace Flop House. That sounds like a crazy place. Nerve AMV Maker for $10. Oh, I'm getting fact checked. This is great. Dave is incorrect about FDR. The Yankee Wasp voted hard against FDR. And in every election, the New Deal coalition was a coalition of Ellis Islanders and the elite South. The WASP ruling class was effectively ended with FDR. Well, I agree it ended the old WASP ruling class, but weren't a lot of their higher ups themselves WASPs, like the John Reed types? So, look, I guess, Nerve AMV Maker, I'm going to agree with you in part. If you were to take sort of like the median WASP voter, you are correct in that the median WASP voter was anti-FDR. But I still believe that FDR had continuity with the mainstay of WASP society, in that a large amount of his administration were WASPs of a particular set that came from Ivy League schools. So there's that. Seneca for $20 USA. No question from me. Take my hard-earned shekels, 07. Well, thank you very much. My voice thanks you more than anything else. Odd Harvey for $3. No questions, just shekels. Thank you. Goodbye from Lemberg for $50 USA. $J. Thank you. Hopefully that's not implying anything. Gray Smog for $7 USA. Did you hear that Matt Chrisman is back on Twitter? He's recovered pretty well, it seems. Yeah, I heard he's back. I guess, I mean, I always want to pray for my enemies. I always thought he was a little bit of an unstable guy. I wonder if becoming a father will cure him of his shitbag leftism. It's always kind of interesting to see for once, you know? Any thoughts?
Sorry, who was the shitbag liberalism?
Do you know Matt Chrisman, the guy from El Chapo Trap House?
Vaguely. I don't really follow him very much.
Yeah, it's
Why
fine.
do you guys have beef?
Is
that the guy in the corn suit?
No. This is slightly higher caliber. So it's a group called El Chapo Trap House, which is a group of
I know
iron.
the name,
yeah. They're like irony leftists. They're like ex-Bernie bros. And as a result of Bernie coping, they went and they made their own podcast, which was wildly successful. But all they do is just take shits over various conservatives. And one of their big hate people is Rod Dreher, which is, you know, the easiest target in the world for these guys. So it's funny to see that. Okay. Let's keep on going here. But yeah, thank God. God be praised for his recovery. He had a new child, and I don't wish it worse than anyone. I always hope that these dirtbag leftists are going to be made based by the fact that they have children. If Freddie DeBoer has a kid, he will be a conservative. I guarantee you. I don't know. It's their destiny. It's their destiny to join us. Join us to restore balance to the force.
I think the hard part is, like, if you build a whole career on it, it becomes very difficult to disentangle yourself from that career. Like Dave Smith is a great example.
Yeah,
I think Dave Smith would almost at this point gladly jump from libertarian isms into our camp. It just, I don't know if he thinks it's possible or if he can. And I don't want to speak for Dave, but I see that's him signaling that all like crazy, and I think that has a lot to do with his birth of his son and having that. His son having medical difficulties early on. I mean, I heard him on Buck Johnson talking about how that basically, you know, he started praying at that moment. I'm not saying that that's a prerequisite, but it's a pretty powerful pill.
Absolutely. Big Newton for that's my name. $50 USA for the people of Appalachia. May God protect them. Thank you. Harvey Wallbanger for $50 says, God save Appalachia. Thank you very much. Trey 50 Daniel for USA $75. Saw reports of the feds blocking access to the affected areas. Can anyone verify? Also, what are your thoughts on the response to this and how Trump and Elon are circumventing the feds while not being in office yet? God bless the people of the South and our Appalachian brothers and sisters. I think that the feds are blocking it because their philosophy is that they want to have control over the situation and they want to limit private actors entering. The fact that Elon Musk and Trump are circumventing the current federal government is a very hopeful sign. That is the sign that an alternative elite is rising. And I think this is very much in keeping with what you've been saying for a long time, Jason.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I mean, they're basically just taking the crown from the gutter at this point. I've seen tons of memes / statements of Donald Trump acting like the president. There was one meme where it was like Barron. You see that meme profile where it's Barron coming through the doorway talking to Trump, and I think the caption was like, "Dad, just start acting like a president. They can't stop you." And I feel like that's what he's been doing now. There's that smug, I'll say smug, but Trump's been doing those smiles. Certainly Vance had that office breaking, fourth wall breaking smile on his face to the cameras last night with the Walls debate. All that reads, right? Like, for me, that just reads as confidence. And I think they would project that no matter what. But I take that as a sign like they probably know they're already in. Like they've got this one. They're just killing time.
Mm. Yeah, that's a good point. Excuse me. Paul A. for USA $20. Cheers from Peninsular Vanguard in Michigan. The chapter is going strong. Hope this money helps. Well, thank you. It certainly does. John Carter for $100 USA. Pronatalism is the only ideology where the theory pales in comparison to the praxis. Get to it. Wow. Yeah, I'm trying. Thank you, John Carter. I don't want to discuss our individual struggles, but
from Mars.
Well, John Carter is a community member that is a super chatter. There's also a John Carter from Postcards from Barsoom, who is another John Carter who's a Substack superstar. And so I always get the two of them confused. And so, but they are, to my knowledge, different people, both writing under the pseudonym from the classic pulp novels.
I think we should just make sure to see who can jump the highest and farthest, and then that'll decide
it. Sounds good. Buttercream Gang for $75. Thank you for your service and best regards from the ever-growing Pacific Northwest Basque Weaving Group and the whole Buttercream Gang. Yeah, 100%. I look forward to meeting you guys in Portland and working with you across the Canadian border. Yeah, I'm a big Pacific Northwest person, if you couldn't tell. And I love the area where I kind of live, I guess, although on the wrong side of the border, unfortunately. So thank you so much, guys, and I'll see you in November. I need to write a speech for that. More things that I have to do, which I think will probably be behind my paywall, or you could just come to the event and hear it for the price of whatever the dinner costs at the event. Yes, looking forward to that. Charles Mackey for $100 USA. God bless. Luckily, my family in the region got through Helen nearly unscathed. I don't have any witty questions. Anyone could have thought about why the aquatic and tentacled things are used to present the eldritch instead of, say, carapaces and insectine or crab-like things. Well, I mean, that's interesting, I guess. When H.P. Lovecraft had a thing for squids, and squid monsters, which he famously made Cthulhu, like a squid monster. The thing is, I consider certainly like Alien, like the Geiger's Aliens is much more insect carpus like, and so are the Tyranids from Warhammer 40k, and a bunch of the Chaos Mutants have like crab claws and stuff like that. So it's certainly not consistent. I just think that tentacled beings are further away from our ordinary experience, and also certain visions of the spiritual oftentimes have demonic entities appear as kind of writhing pieces of chaos. So if you think of, I think, what the vision of Narthletep as the crawling chaos. This is not such an uncommon vision of the demonic, which, the crawling, writhing form of chaos resembles how we see undersea animals as being kind of formless and yet somehow weirdly malevolent. Thanks for the fundraiser, gentlemen, says Mystery Grove Archivist. Thank you very much. Bolero393 says, for $50, says, hopefully one day the federal government cares as much about Appalachia as they do about a certain small state in the Middle East. Yes, God willing. Thank you very much. Alpha Templar for $5 USA. Senator Manchin with his wife run the Appalachian Regional Commission. It might be good to send some OGC volunteers to email his office and ask who needs them the most. They tend to be good for that. Well, I think that's exactly the thing that Not Me, Not You is doing with certain members of the OGC chapters. I'm on the exact opposite side of the country. I'm not even in the country. That's in the Southeast. I'm in the Northwest. I couldn't be further away from this. So while I'm running the stream, I think people are doing just that. They are coordinating with the local authorities on the ground and are looking to volunteer for relief efforts in that regard. But thank you very much. Douglas Finks for $90 USA. Appreciate you all. Well, thank you very much. Bernald Seaford for $50. Hello from Charlotte, North Carolina. Thank you for doing this. I know we blackpill about how atomized we all are, but the amount of support local people here are providing for their neighbors in the mountains is really encouraging. Also, James Lindsay has finally lost his mind. I know, and it is beautiful. That is one of the most entertaining things that has happened. It's not even approximate anymore.
I did a Lindsay friend or fed back in the day. Unfortunately, all those episodes have been wiped. But I warned people back then that he's not on side just because he's against the woke.
I wish he was a Fed because he'd be more of a problem for them than he'd be for us. His handler in the department would be pulling out his hair at this point. But thank you very much, Bernard Seaford. Rachel Doggett for $100. Thank you so much. Would love some advice on raising children in the current year. Having my first really drives home the gravity of our situation. Godspeed, helping North Carolina. I don't know, Jason. Do you have any advice? I don't have any advice for women. My wife's doing a great job raising our son. I always tell men that their number one job is to make sure that their wife gets enough sleep, at least in the first year, because women who don't get enough sleep raising a newborn will go absolutely insane.
Yeah, I don't think I could ever give advice to women about anything really, because it's just, I mean, from my experience, anyways, if I'm going to give you advice, it's going to be probably ignored. But yeah, I would echo your sentiment, Dave. Is like, be useful. One of my mantras that's served me well over the last few years is get humble, stay grateful, and be useful. And try to apply that across the board, because quite often as a young father, well, as a new father, we'll say that, you're kind of, you spend the first 9 months really taking care of the wife, and then that dynamic changes once the baby's there, and you have to kind of take care of both the wife and the baby. But you're not going to take, you're not breastfeeding, you're not, so change the diapers and all that kind of stuff, but still
changing diapers is my 100% favorite chore. When I was growing up, changing diapers is like the worst thing you could be doing with a baby. It's the best. It's a mechanical process. It's a mechanical process. And you just do it.
And sometimes you get these wonderful surprises, like I didn't know the human body could produce that kind of waste. Like, oh, she ate blueberries. Well, that's an interesting color, isn't it?
The worst thing is them crying for mama and you not being able to calm them down because they want specifically mama, which you just don't know what to do with. I don't know. For general advice, I just say be forgiving on yourself and realize that your margin for error is wider than you might think. And then try to get as many family members involved because their advice is really critical. And then also just be forgiving with yourself and remember the experiences because they go so quickly. I can't believe it's already in kindergarten. It's just amazing.
I moved my entire family to Australia soon after my daughter was born because I came to that realize, well, for a few reasons, but one of the big ones is that my wife was one of many. Like she has a big family structure down here, and my family structure in Canada was small and slowly dying. So if I started thinking 5, 10, whatever years, my daughter has has a whole family network down here that she can tap into. Certainly wasn't for me. I moved to a beach town and I hate the beach, but there it is. Like if I ever forget sometimes, I just look at my daughter and the gain she's had here because family is wealth. It's a no-brainer. So
support networks are key because those little respites that you can get here and there during the first 6 months are critical for maintaining your sanity, in my opinion. Anyway, let's go on. Thank you, Rachel, very much for that very generous contribution. Jonathan Gordon for $100 US. I just wanted to contribute. Well, thank you very much. IFCan Gruel for $75. Good luck on the relief efforts. Godspeed. Thank you very much. John Smithers for $100. No comment. Just wanted to support. Keep it up. Thank you. Michael Latorne. All these very, very generous super chats, guys. I'm just overwhelmed. I don't know exactly how much we're deducting on the entropy. The big problem here is that in order for me to read super chats with this, entropy is going to take a slice of that, and the donation amounts have gotten large enough so that I can't just eat the 30% without taking a serious financial setback beyond what I take. So I'm going to have to do the after entropy donations, which I will try to back of the envelope approximate on the back of this thing. Michael Latorno for $3 USA. Did any of you hear about the panpsyism, Philip Goff's conversion to Christianity? It's a very unorthodox version, though. I don't even know who Philip Goff. Do you know who that is?
No idea. I'm just trying to think of anything. The last thing I saw was
panpsychism.
No,
isn't Sneeko a Muslim? Pan Goff is
a British author. I'm saying that the last thing I saw that crossed my feed was Sneeko basically saying he's giving up podcasting and going full in on Islam. But this other stuff I have not heard of.
Yeah, I don't know. So this guy apparently is an idealist philosopher and a professor at Durham University who focuses on the mind and consciousness. So apparently he converted to some form of heretical Christianity, which that's interesting. I mean, I like it. I love converts. The Anne Rice thing scarred me for life. And I never like talking about celebrity converts because I don't like getting stabbed in the back. And I feel celebrities are very, very unreliable people. But thank you very much. Cal Trask for $10 USA. So thankful to be part of this. A nice reminder that we are not merely rightoids who oppose the regime, but that we all have a desire to actually put money where our mouth is and help fellow Americans. 100%. And I'm going to be posting the actual amount that we're giving. If I'm doing the math right, let me update. I don't think there's any more super chats coming in, so I will just post the donation amount here. Fumble fingers with the cut.
Thank you, Dave, for doing this. I came late to the party in terms of looking at the feed. I think it was Monday or Tuesday. When I started being aware of how bad this was. I know a lot of my listeners are from that part of the world, so I definitely wanted to make sure we did something. or as part of, or I was able to link to something, or because I knew that people would be doing something. So I was looking around like, who do I promote? And then this came across. I'm like, oh, great. Let's. So thank you, Dave.
Oh, no, my pleasure. I'm not quite at the end of the super chats right now, but I don't think I'm going to get very many more. So our final task in our last 10 minutes of this stream, because we're closing it out now, is about $3,400. I don't know if I have the right adjustment for the entropy deduction, which is why I'm going to have to get in contact with Entropy to figure out the soonest I can get this money. Just so the check that I write, which I'll try to write immediately after this, I don't immediately just wipe out the amount of money I have for like family things, because the entropy comes in at the end of the month, right? So, and I want to give the money immediately, obviously. Unfortunately, we don't have a system where you can donate directly to the system and have it appear as a super chat. There's no like hashtag system for this donation site that we're using. So the only way we could have our donations be super chats was to use a super chat service, which is Entropy, which unfortunately takes a little bit of a cut. But I will be giving all of this money, and then the one above that is my calculation for what amounted to half of my earnings plus the earmarked donations from my previous stream. So that's good. Thank you guys all so much for contributing. The next time we do one of these, we're going to have the donation system sorted out so we do not have to deal with the entropy tax if we can possibly help it. Because I do appreciate the service Entropy does, but when it's charity, I feel a little bit less good about having to slice off a bunch for just the service. Because, you know, I feel like there should be some kind of corporate sharing program if it's going to a 501c3. But that's for the future. That's for us when we get ourselves more organized. Yes, thank you, Carl. Cal Trask again for $3 says, by the way, I'm an Ohioan with relatives in Buncombe County. I've never had contact with them, but if there's any way that my communication with them could help coordinate a response, then I'm happy to help. I don't know. I would reach out to the people of the OGC. They have their own blog, their own YouTube channel. They're the ones who are going to be able to make sure that you're in contact with people who are on the ground in the places that are hit, which is the southeast of the United States, which is, again, I'll say this again, not where I live or who have ever lived. So I would definitely refer this to the OGC, of which this is certainly a. I'm doing the service for that greater effort. We'll say that. Hunger, my friend Hunger, for $100 says, "Defend Appalachia. God bless. Thank you so much." And the last super chat of the evening is Michael Latorno for $3 USA. Dave, could you give me your thoughts on the Matt Dillahunty? Oh, this is a. Oh my. Of course, we'll end with a psalm. But
there's a name I haven't heard in many years.
Yeah, there's a name I haven't heard. So this is a. I did talk about this one once. So Matt Dillahunty is this insufferable atheist from the atheist era, and he went up against who is that guy? Not Doug Wilson, someone Molson. He's like this debate bro, but for a Christian. He's a Christian, and he's based, and he's right
from the Crucible. I've
but he uses like Vosh-like frame game tactics, and I thought this guy. I think the guy isn't as thoughtful as I'd like him to be, but he understands how frame game debates work. And what's so funny is that when he went up in a debate against Matt Dillahunty comes out with all of this like, you know, facts and logic, evidence, and this putting God on trial, you know, like the whole Dawkins formula everyone's heard a million times. And then Wilson just gets up there, flips the script, turns the frame around, and then asks him to justify all his preconditions, and then questions his intelligence. And Matt Dillahunty just rage quits. He just walks right off the stage. And it's amazing to see this, because Matt Dillahunty is all about, like, you have to debate this, you have to debate that, you have to be able to defend your beliefs, you have to be able to defend that belief. But the second His belief gets put in the docket, so to speak, and the second the conversation is framed so that his preconceptions have to be defended with facts and evidence, he immediately taps out. I mean, there's this one of a series of events in the last 2 years that have signaled the total collapse, intellectually speaking, of internet atheism. It has totally collapsed over the last 3 years. It's amazing to see how fast it's fallen. It's an embarrassment now. Any thoughts on that last thing before we get to the psalm?
No, I totally agree with you. I mean, I remember watching that with it's Andrew Wilson. Thank you for someone in the chat mentioning
Andrew Wilson. Thank you.
He's using a lot of Jay Dyer framing, reframing, and framings, and he's quite adept at it. I believe that the thing that got him, that I think Delahunty was about to walk, and then Andrew took a shot at, I guess Andrew's dating a troon or something like that.
I'm
not aware.
He gave a little bit of an insult over the fact that Andrew is dating
but I think that was at the very end, though, right?
It was at the very end, and it wasn't the substantive portion of his debate. Right. But he just gave a little indication that that was on the table, and he'd have to defend it, and the guy just tapped out. It was amazing to see, and you could just feel in that moment an entire perspective just fall into the ocean. Like, how much of that new atheist movement was just a frame game? Almost all of it was a frame game. And the second that weapon is turned around and they're on the receiving end of it, they cannot sustain it at all. And it's amazing to see.
The thing that always keeps atheism or new atheism alive was resentment. I know that was my thing. I was angry and resentful at God and the concept of God, and I just turned it. Then I found every excuse and every intellectual defense to defend my own petty anger and resentment. And once I let those things go, or once I confronted that, then my whole reasoning fell apart right around. It's like I see Satan fall like lightning. It was just, there was nothing there. And then once I started to really get into read the Bible again, but not ironically or not resentfully, then it's like there's the shame that you have to, I'm going to contend with for the rest of my life and make up for it. Because it's like, I was being misled and misleading others. And that's going to take a little while to expunge.
Absolutely. So we'll end with a psalm, as I usually do in these streams, Psalm 45. My heart is stirred by a noble theme as I recite my verses for the king. My tongue is the pen of a skillful writer. You are the most excellent of men, and your lips have been anointed with grace, since God has blessed you forever. Gird your sword on your side, you mighty one. Clothe yourself with splendor and majesty. In your majesty, ride forth victoriously. In your cause of truth, humility, and justice, let your right hand achieve awesome deeds. Let your sharp arrows pierce the hearts of the king's enemies. Let nations fall beneath your feet. Your throne, O God, will last forever and ever. A scepter of justice will be your scepter of the kingdom. Your righteous love and hate of wickedness. Therefore, God, your God, has set you above your companions by anointing you with the oil of joy. All your robes are fragrant with myrrh and aloes of cassia. From palaces adorned with ivory, the music of strings makes you glad. Daughters of kings are among your honored women. At your right hand is the royal bride of gold and Ophir. Listen, daughter, and pay careful attention. Forget your people and your father's house. Let the king be enthralled by your beauty. Honor him, for he is your Lord. The city of Tyre will come with a gift. People of wealth will seek your favor. All glorious, the princess within her chamber. Her gown is interwoven with gold. In embroiderment, the garment. She is led to the king. Her virgin companions follow her. Those brought with her, led with joy and gladness, they enter the palace of the king. Your sons will take their place of your fathers. You will make them princes throughout the land. I will perpetuate your memory through all generations. Therefore, the nations will praise you, God, forever and ever. All right, amen. And thank you very much for joining us for this charity stream today. Our total is somewhere above $3,000, so it's very successful. Thanks everyone for participating. And after I figure out when to get this menu from Entropy, I will post the donation and check in on Twitter in the name of the Old Glory Club. Thanks so much for joining me, Jason, and I'll wish everyone here a good night.